Okay. Hey guys, good afternoon and welcome to today's live conversation. My name is Gloria Elijah. This is Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah. I call myself the girl with the tea because, of course, you will catch all the juicy tea about reality TV shows and trending topics in this community. So, once again, you're all specially welcome. I want to, first of all, apologize for being 4 minutes late. We were meant to begin this gathering by exactly 5 minutes past 3 p.m. WAT, but I don't know what happened. So, my sincere apologies to every single one of you that have been waiting at the doorstep of this gathering, especially those of you on YouTube. I see all of you, and I do not take your commitment for granted. Thank you all so much for coming through. You are all specially welcome. And I see your likes. Keep them coming. Thank you all so much. For those of you on Twitter, in fact, any other space that you're joining from, you are especially welcome. I am delighted to have you all here because there's a truckload of things for us to discuss today. And yes, I have put out several tweets about some of the things you must have seen on the title of today's conversation. I have also done a video on YouTube. A lot of you have actually seen that video, but it is not enough because one person's analysis cannot remedy a situation that has completely gone south, if you know what I mean. So I thought we should all have a conversation about it because I want to hear from you all. I want to know why people are really mad at Wani and Handy, to the extent of calling them classless, calling them ratchet, uncouth, because of their reaction to Ruthie's eviction on Sunday last week. Now, a lot of you will say that, oh, is it not a past conversation? No, it is not a past conversation because the negatives of that whole drama that happened on Sunday, it lives on. If you check social media, you check conversations, you check blogs, whenever these girls appear on any of such spaces, you see the very, very, oh my God, like unprintable names that people call them. And it's quite sad because most of these people did not begin watching the show from the very first day. Most of these people do not really understand the dynamics of the relationship between the twin girls and Ruthie before it escalated to that point Sunday evening during the live eviction show. People do not really understand what exactly happened that led to them giving the kind of reaction that they gave. So I think we have a lot of explanation to do for the benefit of those that do not know. All right. I mean, it's one thing for you to have knowledge of what's going on the show and then you give your reaction, but then it's another thing to be uninformed and then you just join the bandwagon and then you drag people, forgetting that these girls, they also were slighted too by Ruthie. Ruthie is no saint in this whole drama. And I'm not putting any blames on Ruthie now. Please don't quote me wrong anywhere. I'm not putting any blames on Ruthie, but I'm saying it is better for people to have their facts right than joining the bandwagon, to give labels to these housemates because at the end of the day, it's going to create stigmas, right? For instance, there's Thatcher, many years after the Pepperdam Gang season, that name, is this Smelling Girl or Smellows or whatever? Yeah, the Smelling Girl, that name stuck to her for the longest time, for years. And even a Nigerian music artist, whom I would regard as shameless, also decided to stoop so low as to release a track, a song, created a song out of that situation, you know. So we need to have conversations like this to give clarity to situations like this. Also having in mind that at the end of the day, this is a reality TV show and games are being played as much as it is a show for entertainment. There's a competition being upheld as well. And this is why there's a winning prize at the end of the day. If there was no winning prize, then you cannot regard it as a competition, but it is a competition because there's a winning prize at the end of the day. And not just the winning prize of 100 million naira and every other thing that comes with it. There are also prizes to be won from sponsor tasks. So it's a competition as much as it is an entertainment show, as much as it is a reality TV show where people gather and then they live their lives, a social experiment, all of the works. It is all of that and more. By the end of the day, these housemates, they will leave that house, they will leave that confined space, and they will reintegrate into society. And what happens then when they come out and they see that the narratives have been unfairly skewed against them just for the favor of certain housemates that certain people like or prefer to them. So I've given my preambles, but you know that there's never a community gathering with Gloria Elijah without some highlights. So I've got some highlighted topics and questions for every single one of you here. All right. And I really look forward to interacting with everybody. And I want to put out a quick reminder that, ladies and gentlemen, in this space, we encourage freedom of expression. We encourage people sharing their opinions, sharing their perspectives. We encourage attacking the argument or the conversation and not the people sharing their opinion. I don't know if you get what I mean. Over here, we are not rowdy. We're not rauchet. We are not chaotic over here. Sometimes we do banters and whatnot, we rant, but over here we respect people's opinion and we do not insult people for having an opinion or for having a different perspective from other people. So if someone is saying things that you do not like, don't hate the person. Instead, formulate your own argument, right? Formulate your own argument and join the conversation and share it without insulting people. Insulting people in such settings like this, in a conversation like this, it only shows that you are not intelligent enough to be, to express yourself. But if you're very much intelligent and well versed and you have that audacity to express yourself, trust me, insulting the next person that is sharing their own opinion will be the last thing on your mind because you'll be more focused on sharing your perspective and encouraging comprehension. I don't know if you get what I mean. So all of that said, let's get into um, the outline for this conversation. So first, we're looking at Ruthie's eviction. We're going to look at why Ruthie was evicted, what led to her eviction. And we're going to talk about this because a lot of people believe that it is because of the twin sisters, Wanni and Handi, that Ruthie was evicted. I do not think that is the case. So we're going to explain that in details. We're also going to look at Wanni and Handi's reaction. What exactly is wrong with that reaction? What exactly was wrong? I need people to actually tell me from their own mouth what they deemed wrong in that reaction. I mean, in the light of everything that has led to that particular situation that evening, I need someone to tell me what exactly was wrong. Personally, if you ask me, I will tell you I did not say anything wrong, and I have my reasons why. So I would love to hear from all of you why you think their reactions was wrong, why it was uncalled for. And yeah, the issue of them being classless, right? People calling them classless, ras, uncouth, and ratchet. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to define classless because I saw the way a lot of people used that word in different contexts and it did not make sense. And I realized that day that a lot of people don't understand these words that they use, so they just throw it around. So we're going to define classless, right? And we're going to define it and marry it to the context of the twin sisters' behavior and also marry it to Ruthie's behavior. And then we're now going to decide between both parties who was classless and who was not classless, or who was more refined than the other. All right. I'm doing all of these things so that we have a balanced argument. So we have a balanced conversation. Okay. It's not just about dragging my fave, your fave. No, let's have a balanced, enlightened conversation. Most of all, the aim is to gain understanding of all of these things. All right. So we're going to define classless. I will give you my own definition. If you have yours, please feel free to share. All right. And then other questions I've got is, why are the twins classless? Why? Why are they classless? What qualifies Ruthie to be better than the twins? What qualifies Ruthie to be more refined than the twin sisters? Now, there's another question for all of you. What if in the midst of all of that banter, all of that altercation between Ruthie and the twin sisters that fateful evening, what if, in the light of everything unprintable that Ruthie said, what if the twin sisters had equally, like, let's say they decided to do Ruthie, like reciprocate Ruthie's energy by insulting her to be a teenage mom? Now, a lot of you might think this is not a big deal, but in Nigeria, it is a big deal. I don't know about any other part of the world, but in Nigeria, it is a big deal. It's a big deal when someone gets pregnant before the age of 18. There's a stigma attached to that. People look at you and they think about different chaotic possibilities as to why you would get pregnant at the age of 16. The first thing they would say is that, oh, you were just spoiled. You too like man. You too like to do the do. You know, they hear what? In other words, you were very stubborn. You were very, very careless. You were not listening to your parents' advice. And so you decided to go out of the confines and boundaries of your parents' authority to go and get pregnant. So there's a stigma attached to that. You know, this whole thing of teenage pregnancy, it's a stigma in this part of the world. So what if the twin sisters had decided to reciprocate Ruthie's energy in the heat of that whole altercation? You know, whilst Ruthie was calling them names, you are smelling, you people, you lick each other's vagina for 30,000 naira and blah, blah, blah. And the twin sister said, okay, you uncle, while your mates were in school, you went to go and sleep with man and got pregnant. Ashewo, in other words, prostitute, teenage prostitute. I'm not calling Ruthie these names, I'm just painting the scenario, right? So think about it. What if the twin sisters had decided to reciprocate that same energy? The question I have for all of you is, would the internet have been kind to them the way the internet is being kind to Ruthie? And you would ask, how is the internet being kind to Ruthie? Well, when I say internet, I'm speaking about the fanatics or people that have their own differing opinions about that whole situation, right? So there was an altercation. There was a build up to that altercation. And then Ruthie said a lot of things, a lot of unprintable things that could possibly destroy a career that has taken up to maybe 10 years to be built. Yeah? That's defamation of character, for your information. So Ruthie said all of those things, and she said them with so much audacity and so much sureness. And when people were asking, how do you, she was, I know now, I know them, I know their story, I see that, I know. Like she was saying it as if she was there when those things she was alleging were happening. And so what did the internet do? They swept it all under the carpet. And they acted like it never happened. And so what did they focus on? They focused on the reaction of the twin sisters when Ruthie got evicted from the house. Oh, that was classless. Why would they be laughing at another person's downfall? Like, guys, oh my God. It begs the question of all of those things that Ruthie was saying, all of those things that she was alleging, accusing the twin sisters of, pray tell, is that not a conscious and deliberate attempt to damage someone's reputation? Is that not a conscious and deliberate attempt to destroy someone's many years of toiling to be a DJ, to build a life for themselves? Is that not a conscious and deliberate attempt to create a stigma for the twin sisters? Because I've seen all of her interviews, and she continues to repeat the things that she said that night. When Ebuka interviewed her on the day she was evicted, she said she was not apologetic. Was it Ebuka? I think it was, yeah, when she had a diary session. She said she wasn't apologetic about it. So the question is, just as Ruthie carried that audacity to label the twin sisters with the many things that she said, if the twin sisters had decided to be as petty, you know, when you know the saying that goes, oh, when you go low, we go lower. If the twin sisters had decided to go lower and talk about how Ruthie got pregnant at the age of 16, do you think, you listening to me right now, do you think the internet would have been kinder to the twin sisters? I don't think they would have, but that's a question for all of you. Now, the insults, the allegations, all of the things that Ruthie said in the heat of that moment, and I don't think a lot of you actually know what she says, but I'm going to reiterate just for clarity. So all of those insults, all of those things that she said, pray tell, if people are labeling the twin sisters to be classless, ratchets, uncouth, unrefined, pray tell, those things that Ruthie said, did they qualify Ruthie to be to be refined? Or to be, is it classful? If someone is classless, maybe somebody is classful. I've been now, yeah. Did they qualify her to be classful or classy? Let's use the right word. But I would prefer classful because somebody is classless. It's better for the other person to be classful. So do they qualify her to be classful? It's a question for all of us. Now, that is that for the WANNIxHANDI and Ruthie's drama. All right, I'm going to go back and briefly touch upon those questions I have asked. But another thing that we're going to discuss on today's live conversation is TOPHER's age situation with Anita. This was a recent development from last night, the conversation that they both had. You know, TOPHER finding it very, very difficult to tell Anita his real age. Apparently, TOPHER is quite younger than Anita. And Anita prefers to date people that are of the same age as her or even older. So TOPHER was finding it difficult to tell his age. So the question in reference to that conversation they had is age a problem in relationships? Why is age a problem in relationships? As a female, is it a problem to date a younger man? What are your thoughts about that one? And then lastly, for today's conversation, we're going to talk about Chinwe's pregnancy rumors. This thing has been dragging since last week. It's a lot, yes. I saw somewhere people saying that, oh, she has seen her period. But was it not just yesterday that Chinwe was throwing up? Now, it's a beautiful thing if indeed Chinwe is pregnant. But the question here is, some people doubt it. Some people think she's just giving all of those symptoms for content. She's looking for pity votes. She's acting sick, you know, so that people will vote for her because, of course, her and her partner, Zion, are up for possible eviction this week. So what are your thoughts? Do you think Chinwe is really pregnant, or do you think she's actually doing it for content? And this question especially goes out to those of you that are experts in detecting people that are pregnant. Okay, so I would love to hear from all of you. All right, I mean, it would be beautiful to have Big Brother's grandchild this season. It's gonna be a beautiful thing, but hey, that is that. Now, let's go back to the beginning. I'm going to explain why and how Ruthie was evicted briefly. All right. Now, the twin sisters last week were the custodians. If you've been watching the show, you know the role and responsibilities of the custodian. The custodians have immunity. They have a box that carries instructions that would alter or influence the gameplay for Sunday, right? And they are not the first people that have won the title of custodians. So they were the custodians for last week. And when they opened their box on Sunday, the instruction on the scroll said, save only. Now, bottom four was up. There was a beta pair, there was a radicals, there was what's their name now? There was the Streets pair, that is Ruthie's boyfriend's pair, and there was the Flourish pair, that is Ruthie's pair with DJ Flo. So WANNIxHANDI obviously have a better relationship with the beta pair. Yes, they have a better relationship with the beta pair. They have a very good rapport with those guys. So they saved those guys. And so the other three pairs were left at the mercy of the rest of the house by virtue of the style of eviction for the first 3 weeks of the season. So the housemates voted. They casted their nominations in the diary room, and it so happened that Big Brother chose the third week, which was last week, to evict 2 pairs instead of 1 pair. And that was how the Streets pair and the Flourish pair were evicted. Now, people possibly had the time to conspire on the people that they would like to see evicted, right? I mean, Big Brother gave them that leeway in the first week that they were free to conspire on, you know, people that they wanted to see leave the house. But from all indications and from all conversations, WANNIxHANDI could not have convinced the entire house to nominate the Flourish pair for eviction. Because when some people went into the diary room, they called other names, i.e. Victoria. Victoria is friends with DJ Flo. But when she and Sean went into the diary room for their nomination session, Sean argued his way through that, and then they put up the flourish bear. So people now saying that, oh, Wanni and Handi evicted flourish bear. That is very wrong. Very, very fallacious. Very wrong. They did not evict the flourish bear. The rest of the house that were not in the bottom three, that were not up for eviction, they casted their votes, and by their power and privileges, they voted out the two pairs that they wanted to see leaving the house. So that was about it for Ruthie's eviction. It's just sad that they fell into bottom three, because remember, the vote does not just happen with the housemates alone. You, the viewers, you people that are watching, that are saying that you have your fans and rather your faves, you are supposed to vote on the outside first. So when you vote, those that have the highest votes, they are safe for the week, or they were safe for the week, because that system ended last week. Now, it was the bottom four that were at the mercy of their fellow housemates. So I repeat, Wanni and Handi did not evict the flourish pair. I don't think they have that kind of power. Even though Big Brother is their daddy, I don't think they have that kind of power. Even though it is their father or their mother that owns the show, I don't think they have that kind of power. All right? Because we saw how the housemates nominated. That video was released on the socials of the organizers. That one is there. Now, people calling them classless, Raz, and whatnot. Let us define classless. Me, I literally had to go and check dictionary, because sometimes there are certain words that people use for every season of Brother Naija, and you begin to question your intelligence, you begin to question your sanity, you begin to ask yourself, Glory, did you go to school? Or is it that you don't just have sense? You begin to question everything you understand, right? So I had to go and look for dictionary definition too, and here it is. So this one is not really a dictionary definition, right? But this is coming from a professional of etiquette and whatnot. So here is what it is. The definition of classless rings to be when your behavior lacks refinement. I had to add that one. When your behavior lacks refinement, when your behavior is uncouth, when your behavior, uncouth is the opposite of refinement, right? So when your behavior lacks refinement, when your behavior is uncouth, when your behavior is discourteous, when your behavior is vulgar, when your behavior is inconsiderate and goes beneath the requirement of even a modest upbringing, then that is classlessness. That is classlessness. Now, mind you, there's the word vulgar in there. There's the word inconsideration in there. There's the word uncouthness in there. Uncouthness could also count for rasness, ratchetness, right? It's also in there. So tell me how Ruthie's behavior, I mean, from the beginning of their misunderstanding till Ruthie left the house, tell me how it was more classy than the WANNIxHANDI pair's behavior when she was evicted. In that situation that night, when they had that crazy altercation, you know, when Ruthie said all the things that she said, tell me how that behavior was not vulgar. Tell me how that behavior was not inconsiderate. Because if Ruthie was considerate, let's assume that she has private information about the sisters. Let's assume. I'm not saying she does, but let's assume that she has private information about the sisters. Do you think it was classy and considerate of her to say that I want to prove to the world that both of you are not on that high pedestal that you place yourself, so I'm going to ruin you on this show? And then she goes ahead to open her mouth and wah and spill. Tell me, was that classy? Was that considerate? Oh, by the way, the things that she said, because she said a lot of things. Oh, you and your sister, people are eating your pussy for 30K. Both of you are sleeping with one man together and collecting 30K. Both of you are doing whatever. You are selling your vagina, whatever, in Lekki for how much? For peanuts. She said a lot of those things. In other words, she accused those sisters of prostitution, accused them of incest. Incest is when two relatives or blood related people are actually having sexual intercourse together. Yeah. So she accused them of that and many more. Also said that they have body odor, that they stink, that they smell. That one, she said it. In fact, all these things that she said it repeatedly. So, ladies and gentlemen, tell me, how was that not vulgar? How was that not vulgar? How was that not inconsiderate? Are you telling me that Ruthie was very, very considerate when she opened her mouth and was saying all of those things that she was saying? Are you telling me that she said all those things in a classy way? But when Jesus Christ, the internet can make you go crazy. Tell me what was refined about that. Tell me what was classy about that. Oh, thank you very much, David. David is asking, but how did Ruthie know? Was she there when during the so-called threesome happened? When I did a video, I asked the same question, that for Ruthie to open her mouth and accuse the twin sisters of all of those many things, incest, prostitution, blah, 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 saying that they slept in they live in a whore house, a joko house. That is what they call it in Lekki. They live in a whore house. The question is, how did she know? How did she know? Question, she said, our ex-boyfriend or our ex was a neighbor to Sadi. That's the person that Wanni was dating before. Wanni was actually Tacha's very good friend and also an ex-housemate during the Big Brother Naija Pepperdem gang season. He was a good man, a very, very good guy. Very good guy, unproblematic guy. He was the only person that stood beside Tacha when people were saying all of those nasty things about her, that she was smelling and whatnot in the house. Not like Tacha was innocent though. Yeah, she was also doing cray things, but Sadi was a good person. So Wanni had actually revealed that she and Sadi, they dated for 4 years. And one of those years was part of when he was in the Big Brother house. So when Ruthie was giving all of those gists, there was a conversation she had with Mayor that she said that, what is it called? That her ex was neighbors with Sadi. So it made me wonder, okay, our ex was neighbors with Sadi. So does it mean that Sadi was dating prostitutes? I mean, that, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a very, very honest and naive question. Does it mean that Sadi was dating a prostitute? Does it mean that Sadi opened his 2 eyes and was dating a girl that was sleeping in a whore house, was dating a girl that was having incest with her own sister? Does it mean, because from Ruthie's allegations, you can actually draw a lot of conclusions here. Does it mean that when Sadi was dating Wanni, Sadi was not only having sexual intercourse with Wanni, he was also having sexual intercourse with Ndi? These are very honest questions. Because when you say certain things, you need to be very careful, because words have cobwebs. Words have cobwebs. And when you see a cobweb, there are so many strings and layers to a cobweb. So these are very, very vital questions we're asking. So you hear them say, were you there? How do you know? And it's one thing for you to say things out of anger. But when after the show, you now come out and during some of your interviews, you are still standing on the things that you have said, then people need to begin to ask questions. And I think one of those questions nobody is asking is, Ruthie, were you there? When they were standing on the streets of Lekki doing a show, were you there? Did you share a customer with them? These are very vital questions that we should be asking. We're not taking sides here. We're trying to justify why the twins are classless and why Ruthie is more refined. Now, a lot of people are saying that, Ruthie was triggered. The twins have been provoking her from the very get-go. I said, now, is it not the same show that we've all been watching? Now, it's a given. We do not see every single thing that happens in the house. Oh, somebody just dropped a quote. Yeah. Says Glory has suddenly forgotten her favorite quote. You don't bring knife to a fight. Sorry, let me put this on the screen. You don't bring knife to a fight and expect your opponent to come with knife as well. You don't tell people how to react to things. Listen, my quote has not changed though. Did I say it has changed? It hasn't. My quote has not changed at all. My quote still stands. You don't offend people and tell them how to react. All right. And I'm going to tell you all about how there's been a build up to that point where the twin sisters reacted the way they reacted on Sunday when Ruthie and her partner were evicted. All right. So now you've brought out my quotes. Very good. I think this is going to buttress my point further. Right. But what was I even saying before? I can't remember at this point. Fine, whatever. We continue. So you don't tell people how to react to things, right? Which is a given. So let's begin from the beginning, how this whole thing started, right? Before Ebuka questioned Ruthie on that fateful Sunday about the things that she had said about Wanni and Handi, Ruthie had been having different conversations with Chinwe, a very good friend. She had complained about, Wanni did this, Wanni did that, Wanni gave me attitude, Wanni did one thing. She had complained about it. She had also confided in her partner, DJ Flo. And I'm speaking about what we are watching, all right? Because, hey, I'm not inside Big Brother's house, so I don't know what goes on inside the house, all right? So I'm just speaking based on what we are watching on the outside. So she had complained about those things. And one would think that Ruthie, Chinwe, DJ Flo, and the twin sisters, they are a clique, or they were a clique in the house because they had a good relationship. They did. As a matter of fact, the very first time Ruthie said or complained about those things about Wanni and the sister, I was quite shocked because I was thinking like, I thought these people were one big family in the house. I thought they had a good relationship going. What's going on? What's happening, right? So Ruthie had complained about what she complained about, right? So given there's a possibility that that happened, there's a possibility that that did not happen. I don't know, but she had complained. And that was not the first time. I think I'd heard her complain about those things twice. Oh, then there was another conversation she had with what's his name now? The street fair mayor and Toby. And okay, I remember what happened that day. That was the day they were having the checkers custard task that Chinwe had her blow off with Chizoba, and then Wanni had her own blow off with Onyeka. And then Wanni was very upset and she had gone to the garden to go cool off. Sean was there with her. Her sister Handi was very upset with her and was, chastising her and scolding her or reprimanding her. That I told you to calm down. Why did you react the way you reacted? Onyeka and us were friends, that kind of thing. And Wanni was very much upset. She was all riled up. And then Chinwe, is it Ruthie, DJ Flo, now as one big happy family, they all went outside to the garden. I don't know if they wanted to go and console Wanni, but the moment they got there, the next thing Wanni would say was, please, I need space. Please, I need space. And that had completely triggered the trio, Chinwe, DJ Flo, and Ruthie. That had really triggered them. In fact, that evening, they still discussed it and they laughed about it. But Ruthie was very, very offended. How was she offended? She was having a conversation with, was it a mayor and the other guy, Toby, mayor's partner, and they discussed it. Now they say talk brings talk, talk brings talk. And Ruthie had mentioned it. And then she had said, that the girl is beginning to do certain things that are provoking her, that are pissing her off, that she's just watching the girl, that, it's like a ticking time bomb situation, that she's just waiting for the girl, that she knows the girl. She said, I know her and I know how to get her. I know how to deal with her. So I'm just waiting for her to step on my toes again. I'm just waiting for her to do something and then I will fire her. I will do something, whatever. I'm just paraphrasing here. But she said it. She said, I know her. And I'm just waiting for her to mess up again. That kind of thing. So it was a situation of, yes, you've been watching this person. This person probably has been doing certain things that upset you, and you've not necessarily had a one-on-one conversation with the person. Because according to the twin sisters, Ruthie had not come to them to have any one-on-one conversation that, you provoked me in this way or that way. So Ruthie had said what she said. And another conversation again, she had with Chinwe, she had mentioned it again. So it was like something that was festering. And we know Ebuka, if you have a conversation about a malice that you are building up in your mind about another housemate and you are yet to confront that housemate, Ebuka will help you present an opportunity to confront the housemate. And that was exactly what Ebuka did. Ebuka was just, it was just a messenger in the grand scheme of things. And there came Sunday in week 2, and Ebuka threw that question at Ruthie. Oh, you seem to have said XYZ, XYZ about Wanni and Ndi. You said that you have audacity to confront people when they insult you or when they offend you, but why haven't you, confronted the twins yet or Wanni over whatever happened? And Ruthie responded the way she responded, that she has actually told Wanni about it. And Wanni was surprised, like, oh, me? You didn't have a conversation with me. If at all you said anything, probably you said it on a passing note, but you never came to me for a proper conversation. So what are we talking about? Now, that set the tone for the awareness that there was actually a beef between both of them. All this while, it was Ruthie that was aware that there was a malicious situation between them. The twin sisters were not aware. In their head, they thought they were cool because they used to chill together with Chinwe. Chinwe was like their mommy. The twin sisters used to call Chinwe mommy, 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 and call Zion daddy. So they thought they were all cool. So the fact that Ebuka revealed what he revealed that day, the twin sisters realized that, oh, okay, there's actually malice here. Okay, fine, whatever. Now, when the twin sisters had their diary session, they had mentioned the reason why they had that altercation with Ruthie in week 2 after the live eviction show, when they were saying, Ruthie, Ruthie, Ruthie. Remember, we did not see the beginning of that altercation. Nobody saw it. We did not see it. The camera did not show us the beginning of that altercation. So Ruthie had her own version. The twin sisters had their own version. Now, according to Ruthie's version, she was on her own. No, she was just going, is it outside or whatever? And then she heard the twin sisters singing that song, something about the number you are calling, something, something, something. That was Ruthie's own version. Now, the twins' own version, okay, she said she heard them singing the song, and then she went to them and said, if they born you well. In other words, if you have the guts, if you have the audacity, call my name. And that was when the twin sisters started shouting, Ruthie, Ruthie, Ruthie. Now, when the twin sisters had their own diary session, their version of the story is quite different from Ruthie's version. According to them, after the live eviction show, after Ebuka had asked the question, they noticed that when I can't remember if it was Wanni or Ndi. I think it was Wanni. She said when she was going upstairs, she felt like somebody was looking at her. And then when she turned around, she noticed that Ruthie was looking at her and eyeing her in a bad way. In Nigeria, they call it badai. Badai is when you don't like somebody and you're looking at the person and you're doing like this. And you're frowning your face. You're eyeing the person. According to Wanni, she saw Ruthie giving her the stank eye. Now, she said it happens the first time, and then it happens the second time again. So it was after it happened the second time, she noticed that, okay, this girl is spoiling for a fight. This girl is trying to provoke me. So that was when she and her sister, they started singing that song outside. I can't remember the song, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember, please let me know. The number you are calling, something, something, I don't know, whatever. They were singing that song. And so that was when Ruthie heard it and went to go and confront them. Call my name. If they're born you, if you have the audacity, call my name. And they had that engagement that night. So after the engagement happened, that was like, the sound of alarm, the battle sound. That, okay, oh, there is now a battle to be fought between both of us. So you stay your lane and I stay my lane. So that was where the issue started from. And in all of this, let's not forget that Mayor is not innocent in all of this. Mayor also had a huge role to play in all of this. Mayor thought he was playing the smartest game in the house, and so he decided to set the tone further for more animosity between the women. Mayor had his diary session. He had told Big Brother that he still harbored feelings for Nelly, and he wanted to approach Nelly and tell Nelly that he likes her and he wants them to continue or maybe start up something, despite the fact that Nelly is with Suge. And he did. He approached Nelly. According to Nelly, or what she was telling Ben, he did. He went to Nelly and told Nelly, I still like you. I know that you are with Suge, but I don't mind if we're in a triangle. He wanted them to have a triangle. Toby Forge himself as well was not innocent, because that was a strategic conversation between him and his partner, Mayor, that, okay, you go ahead with your ship and I'll go ahead with my ship. So Toby was going to go and drag Chizoba with Ben. So that was the conversation that, what's her name now, Nelly and Ben had, where all of these talks was revealed. So Mayor was already preparing himself to go and start pursuing Nelly. And that was where they had the truth of their game that night. I don't know if Mayor was really under the influence of alcohol, but then he had been asked to tell his truth about the 3 women that he was attracted to in the house. And that was where he mentioned Ruthie, he mentioned Wani, and then he mentioned Nelly. Pray tell, if you are not looking for trouble, if you are not spoiling for drama in that house, why would you mention the name of the woman that your girlfriend in the house is having issues with? And even talking about Ruthie's girlfriend situation with me yourself, I don't even want to go into that story, because if I go into it, it will seem as if I'm attacking Ruthie, but I am not attacking Ruthie. But ladies and gentlemen, the facts need to be said. Yes, Ruthie was not really in a relationship with Mayor. She already told the guy that she did not want to have a relationship with him because she doesn't want to be a third wheel. She doesn't want to be in a triangle. She doesn't want the disrespect, which was fine. But then the moment Mayor won custodian in that same week too, Ruthie ran back to Mayor. And everybody knew that that was what Ruthie was doing. She even confided in her friend DJ Flo that she cannot date Mayor because she's 7 years older than the boy and she just wants to use him for custodian powers. And she got what she wanted. But after she got what she wanted, we thought that she was going to let go of the guy, but she did not. She continued in that situationship. That is Ruthie's own story. So I was quite shocked that Ruthie was fighting for dominance as per girlfriend's title for Mayor, over Mayor. Because I'm wondering, I don't understand from where to where. Girl, you said you don't want to date the guy. You said you don't like the guy like that. So how is it that all of a sudden you are pressed that they play truth or dare game? He mentioned his name. That one is on the side. And then outside in the garden, there was another situation again. Whether it was a planned work or not, I don't know. Over the game of Jenga, Mayor was dared to kiss Handy by Wani. And the guy said that he sat down and they took advantage of him. That he sat down and Andy forced herself on him and kissed him. Meanwhile, people that were witnesses that day, Kelly Ray, Onyeka, is it Ozumba Mbadiwe? Is it Ozumba Mbadiwe twins? They said otherwise. They said it's a lie, that nobody took advantage of this boy, That Handy obviously asked him, do you want the kiss or you don't want the kiss? The guy did not say yes, he did not say no, but he was smiling, he was laughing. And then when she threw the first kiss, according to the eyewitnesses, because Gloria Elijah was not there, according to the eyewitnesses, the housemates that were there, they said that the second time, Mayor was the one that stuck his tongue inside Handy's mouth and kissed a French kiss. So for someone that was taken advantage of, I don't know, please, you people should help me out to analyze the situation because I'm quite confused. So all of those things happened. And what's her name now? Ruthie did not give a reaction that night. But then, the next day, see, at this point in time itself, everything just escalated. The twin sisters, according to what they said was happening, according to Onyeka, after the, was it pool party or Saturday night party? I can't remember. But after the party they had, they were upstairs and they were shouting, oh, if you're on my blacklist, blah, 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 blah. If you're on my blacklist, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I think it was Saturday night party. If you're on my blacklist, blah, 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 blah. If you're on my blacklist. And Ruthie caught the sub. For her, they were referring to her. Now, if I was in Ruthie's situation as well, I will say that they were actually referring to me. I will catch my sub. And so, what happened? They said she was shouting upstairs. The twin sisters had come downstairs and they were equally vexing and huffing and puffing, talking about, oh, come downstairs. Come downstairs if you want to say anything. Come downstairs. And Ruthie came downstairs and everywhere caught fire. That was how everything exploded. Now, it was really sad that on that night, Ruthie's microphone was louder than the twin sisters' microphone. Yeah. The twin sisters were not saying much, but the few things they were saying, it was not loud enough because I really wanted to hear what they were saying. But you agree with me that Ruthie said a lot more. Hers were louder. And that was why she said all of those things she said. When I did my first video about that whole thing, I did not castigate Ruthie for what she said. I did not blame her for what she said. I did not, for me, it's a case of two fighting. That was it for me. And I was more interested in seeing how they would resolve their situation. That was where my interest laid. I was more interested in that. How would they move forward from that? How would they resolve their situation? For those of you that watched my video on YouTube, the question I asked of all of you was, oh, the other Sunday, it was Ruthie. This Sunday, it is, you are smelling. Who won the fight? Because for me, it was a case of two fighting. But where my brain started shaking was where people now decided to sweep under the carpet everything that Ruthie said. And I was wondering, like, okay, this is now very serious. This is now very serious. Why do we do that? Why do we pick and choose the type of morality that we support and the bad behavior that we do not support? Why do we do that? It stinks. The bad behavior that we are actually castigating, that is the same bad behavior that we are exhibiting as a society. People will do something wrong, but because of stanship culture, you will choose to praise and applaud the one that you deem classy. But then the one that you do not like, because it do not fall under the category of your favorites, you castigate them. When you want to put the two offenses on a scale, there is no balance because you ensure that you tilt the scale to be in favor of your own favorite housemate. Is that fair? It's not. So I ask you all this question again. What was classy about the vulgarity that Ruthie displayed on that night? And what was classless about WANNIxHANDI's behavior when Ruthie was evicted? Because as I said on my video, I'm going to repeat it again. I know a lot of you will not like it, but I'm sorry, it is my opinion. And I'm going to stand by it and I will repeat it again. If somebody slut shamed me on live TV, yeah? If somebody insulted me to filth on live TV, if someone if someone intentionally said things to sabotage my career, a career that I've built for years, if someone said things to ridicule my family values, if someone said things to accuse me of incest with my sister, on God, if that person is evicted like Ruthie, I would dance. I will remove my wig and I would scream. I would scream my lungs out. I would rejoice. And I would kneel down. I would thank God. I say, yes, so finally you are walking out of that door. Yes, I know that when I come out of the house, I'm going to have to do a lot of PR to clean my image. But the satisfaction that would make me rejoice is in the fact that I am watching the person that decided to defame me walk out of that door. And I know that a lot of you listening to me right now, you will do worse. Let's stop with the hypocrisy. It stinks. We will do worse. This Nigeria, we are so freaking petty. Trust me, we are very petty. We are very, very petty. The slightest things that will provoke a regular BBnaija fan, and they will do the worst. Is it not the same internet? Because of stanship culture, there's nothing people have not insulted me. Because of stanship culture. I will analyze a show. People will insult me, insult my family, insult me that I'm not married, call me an old woman, call me all manner of names. Then something as little as they evicted somebody and somebody is doing po, 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 leave the house. They say classless, clashless, ratchet. I wish I could see the mouths of the people that were saying cashless, ratchet. We are very petty as a people. We're very petty. So stop with the hypocrisy. People come here to come and say, oh, they are very clashless, they are very ratchet. I even saw an BBnaija housemate tweet that said very classless behavior, very this. How can you be rejoicing over somebody's downfall? I say, uncle, please, wherever you are, if you did not watch the show, just keep quiet. Don't even kill yourself over this one because you're setting yourself up for drags. Which one is very careless? Is very careless. Uncle, is it not the same you that we saw on the show that somebody spoke to you and you were huffing and puffing and talking about all the connections that you have in this Nigeria, all the connections that you have, all the contacts that you have, all the billionaires that you host in your parties? Hypocrisy at its peak. It's not even Perez self. I didn't even see Perez tweets. I didn't see Perez tweets. It was another one. I saw that thing on a blog. I didn't even look at it. But whatever. We've seen different seasons of Big Brother Naija. We've seen how housemates carry the concept of respect on their head, like it is their daily bread. And then when that whole situation happened, come and see them. Kiashless, yachet, vaz. Now that they remember, so they understand English. Hello. Can we stop with the hypocrisy? I'm not taking sides here. I'm not. What happened between those twins and Ruthie was a case of you did this to me, I did it to you, you did this to me, I did this to you, you did me. But it now became very sad when Ruthie chose to be very, very extreme with the things that she said. I'm not saying that the twin sisters are innocent. Please don't quote me out of context. Don't quote me wrong anywhere. They are not innocent. Ruthie is not innocent. The twin sisters are not innocent. I'm saying that there's been a long-standing feud between these people. And then the whole thing escalated that Saturday night. But then it's happened that Ruthie decided to be more vulgar, be more inconsiderate than the twin sisters. But am I still going to judge and say Ruthie is at fault? I will not do that. But what I cannot stand is when people now decide to pick and choose. They now decide to, in fact, it's not even a case of them vindicating Ruthie. No, they are literally sweeping under the carpet everything that Ruthie did. They are making it look like she was wearing white garments on that day and she just stayed in the kitchen and was cooking Indomie. No, Ruthie cooked Indomie and cooked the twin sisters' career on top of that Indomie as the protein that she was going to swallow with that food. And people don't want to talk about it. And that's one thing that's very typical about some of these BBnaija audience. Some of them. They I don't know if there's an English word for it. Somebody help me out. They tend to create a mask, right? And then they tend to make it look like a situation that happened that we clearly watched did not happen. They tend to make it look like the viewers, I think it's gaslighting. You want to try to gaslight people? They make it look like they did not see what they watched? Come on. If there are headless chickens watching the show, it's not everybody that's a headless chicken. Ladies and gentlemen, I have asked all my questions that in the heat of that moment, when Ruthie was accusing the sisters of incest, accusing them of prostitution, saying all manner of things about them, even saying that all the gigs that they have, that they sleep around to get gigs, which is a very unprintable thing to say, by the way. So imagine that Ruthie was saying all of those things that she was saying, and the twin sisters decided to go petty as well. And they now open their mouth and start saying, and what about you? When all your mates were in school, you got pregnant at the age of 16. Come on. I know my BBnaija people. They will be roasting the twins till today. They will not give them that grace that they are giving to Ruthie. They won't give them that grace. They will not be kind to the twins. They will never be kind to the twins. They will insult. In fact, I saw a lot of insults directed at the twins' parents. I saw a lot of insults directed at the twins' parents. It was that extreme. But I did not hear the twin sisters insult Ruthie's daughter because Ruthie was the one that kept on making that comparison. That both of you cannot even stand where my daughter is standing. Both of you are not even up to my daughter's standard. She was saying it in pidgin, so I'm just interpreting in English. Both of you are not even up to my daughter's standard. If they place my daughter and place both of you, you're not even up to her level. Oh, look at me. I am a mother. I have given birth to a 15-year-old. But if I take off my clothes and they say both of you should take off your clothes, they will pick me over both of you. Is that not body shaming? Ladies and gentlemen, where did our memories go? Is that not body shaming? There was nothing unprintable that Ruthie did not use as a weapon to attack those twin sisters that night. Am I mad at it? I'm not really mad at it because, as I mentioned before, it's been long. It's been coming. It's been coming between those two groups of people. It's been coming. But where I have a problem is when people decide to act like Ruthie did nothing wrong and then put all the blames on the twin sisters. So I ask you all again. Number one, what makes the twin sisters classless and what makes Ruthie refined in that whole situation? I've asked you all the other questions. Go ahead and respond to it. And I'm going to stop talking here right now because I've given you guys all the highlights of all the questions I want to ask. So I would love to hear from all of you now. So if you have anything to contribute, please, if you're on YouTube, click the link in the comment section below. All right. And then for those of you on Twitter, you can send in your request to join the conversation. I want to put out a quick reminder right now. Please, disclaimer, in this community, in this space, we do not attack people that are sharing their opinion. We are actually attacking the conversation. So please, if anybody comes here to share their opinion, please do not insult them. Please, if you do not agree with anything they are saying, fire on with your own opinion instead of insulting them. I beg us in the name of God, please. Let's keep it polite. Let's keep it clean, please, so that everybody will have an opportunity to air their views at the end of the day. All right. Okay, we're going to begin with Fifi on YouTube. Hello, Fifi. Hi.
Hi, Glory. Wow.
You're
Today
welcome.
is my
How are you?
lucky day. I
I'm
am so
happy you're here.
great. How are you?
I am doing
You're
great.
looking
I am doing
gorgeous
great.
as always.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're especially welcome. How are you?
I am so fine. Very, very happy.
Great.
Um,
All right, fire on.
mm, oh my goodness. I've been waiting for this live all
Hmm.
week. And I'm
Yeah.
among the people who have been laughing, like laughing seriously. From the moment, you know, on Sunday when the twins did that, I died. And my sister was the first to be like, "Oh, that's not like very ladylike. That's not classy." I was like, "Oh, come on, like you do not put class in fights. The
Mm-hmm.
moment you're involved in a fight has never been classy, guys.
Of
Let's all
course. Of
agree.
course.
I've never
Mm-hmm.
seen a fight where someone is being demure, mindful, whatever. It's getting your hands dirty and forgetting about your home training. So,
Of
I
course.
beg, I beg. I do not understand why people had to come and go for the twins. When Ruthie
Mm-hmm.
did it, first of all, let me correct the misguided people that are all on in comment section saying, "Oh, Glory, this time I'm not with you." You guys need to see Glory's video. When Ruthie was abusing the twins,
They
I
don't
almost
even know.
cried. I
They don't
almost
even
cried.
know.
Glory
Hmm.
was like, you were so excited. You were like, this girl has finished them. She has literally served them on a platter. Like she used them, mop, carried them. Like there is nothing, Ruthie. Even me myself, I said it. I was like, Ruthie just mopped the floor with the twins during
Mm-hmm.
that altercation. And
Mm-hmm.
everyone, everywhere on the internet, everyone was excited. Those that probably don't
Of
like the twins
course.
that much. Because at the end of the day, people who wanted a fight got a fight. We wanted violence, we got
Of
violence.
course.
So
We're
now,
catching
why not
scores.
continue with the same energy when the twins were like, "Papa, Papa, get out of here"?
Exactly.
I'm telling you, that's
Exactly.
the same energy we needed to bring up. There was no class in this thing. So me, other than saying that Ruthie was, there is no wrong, there is no right. There is
Mm-hmm.
only a show. Ruthie and the twins gave us a show. Ruthie left. Now, what she did afterwards, when
Mm-hmm.
she looks back at her videos, I caught a clip of her saying she regretted having called the twins like being incestuous and sleeping with one man, and what she said that she
Yeah.
regretted. But I feel like she saw the repercussions of what she did, because at the end of the day, when you're angry, you're not in control of what you say. But when you sit down
Mm-hmm.
as a sane person and reflect, you have some regrets. Now, to me,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Ruthie is not forthcoming, is not admitting with the fact that she went too far with that
Mm-hmm.
fight. You get? So
Exactly.
she's trying to leave room. When she was telling Hero, Daniels or whatever, she told him she regrets that one part, but then she said she doesn't regret the other parts. And then when she was in one of her interviews, she was saying they told her, would you be like open to reconcile with the twins? And then she was like, yeah, I reconcile, but that's not the same energy she gave during her interview with Ebuka, where she said she regretted nothing about what she said and claimed to have known the twins from a person. How do you justify insulting someone through hearsay? It doesn't make sense, especially when someone's reputation is on the line. Now, as much as
Exactly.
when we compare these two fights, dirty as they both were, the twins did not tarnish her character. They did not assassinate her character. Yes, they might have
Mm-hmm.
called her bitch, pussy ass, whatever, but those are normal words. And someone was saying, what is bitch? Bitch is a female dog. So
Which is what they call
what
each other
you,
in the house,
which is what
anyways.
they call each other, like bitch, come here. If you're speaking with your girlfriends, you might sometimes be like, ah, man, bitch, like. So I don't think that's something that you can term as being body shaming when someone calls you a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. So I feel like when we compare the two, that papa papa get out of here, watch us from home, it reminded me of American TV. My goodness, me, I loved it. In all honesty, let those who are going to hate hate. Me, I loved both content. I loved when Ruth served the twins, and I had the same energy when the twins fought back. It was a fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have to say about that. Now,
Mm.
moving to my dear Topher.
Mm.
Yesterday, I almost died of BP. Topher almost killed me with
That
high blood
boy.
pressure. And Gloria, you weren't helping matters. You kept saying you are impatient, but me, I was dying. I was dying. This guy was sweating bullets. He was sweating. I was like, goodness, this our K drama ship that has been slow raining, that is always, it's a traffic light ship. Are we green today? Are we red? Are we still in orange? So I knew
No,
for
I,
certain
I ran out of
that
patience. I ran
the
out of
lights
it.
had, oh goodness. But come to think of it, honestly, it's not like Topher is the first guy in that house to be in a relationship with a girl older than him. To
Mm-hmm.
me, I don't think that the issue of age would have been much of an issue, especially when people are confined and your options are limited. Eh? At the end of the
Exactly.
day, with the way we say that one day in that house is like almost like a week, people need company, people need companionship. Look
Mm-hmm.
at Juicy J and Yvonne. Are those two known together? It was
Mm-hmm.
wasn't Isn't Yvonne older than Juicy J? Like, no one cares about age. But I don't know how, for some reason, Sean has been puppeteering things in that house and scattering and messing things.
That's his
He
game.
did it for mayor. Let's first even bring it back on table and talk about Sean Glory. Come on, that boy, that boy is diabolical. Like, he's really, really diabolical. I
He's
mean,
playing a very
dude is your
malicious game
friend.
this season.
The guy is your friend. You knew from the get-go. You probably knew Topher's age. Like, why would you have to bring up a topic as sensitive as that when you knew very well what you were doing? And then he knows how to start fires, and then he jumps out. But in this case, Ben decided, that Musei Ben, oh God, Donkey Ben, decided to enter the matter and light the fire and watch everything burn. I was like, Oga, what's your problem? Eh?
Now,
You
Ben
have
entered the
Chizoba.
spiritual mode this week.
You have Chizoba. Why not go and concentrate on your Chizoba? Why should you enter another man's matter, really? Eh? Honestly, I feel like Ben tried to even make that problem bigger than it was, essentially.
Yeah.
He made it bigger than it was, but thank God, I'm sure
They are
Anita
back.
must have slept and realized without coldness will kill her. And we can all see her. She can't keep her hands out of Topher's hair. Topher might have hair loss at this rate. Anita is
All right,
always, her hand is always.
Quickly talk about Chinwe's pregnancy rumors. You know, with
Oh,
all the signs
goodness.
and wonders. What do you think?
Chinwe. I caught gist from from Victoria and Cassia. No,
Yeah.
was it Victoria and Cassia? Or Cassia was talking to a guy, one of the guys, and they were gossiping about that issue, but also with Victoria. Guys, I don't know, but I feel like women intuition can never be wrong. And the fact that it's Cassia of all people peddling this juicy gossip, I kind of suspect, because this girl
It's
has
not
been
even Cassia.
sleeping.
Sorry, Fifi. It's not even Cassia. Onika and I think the sister, they knew that Chinwe was throwing up, and they were telling, was it Zion, to go and help her out. So it's not
And
only
help.
Cassia that is doing these things.
I know. And you see, when you put out that video about the pregnancy, that same day, Cassia was talking, I think it was with Michky, and they were confirming that she had been throwing up. And they were saying that the guy is denying. Even when they did speed dating, Cassia confronted Zion, and Zion was, and you could tell he's not outrightly denying, he's just trying to evade the question. So honestly, to me, Glory, I feel like there is no what? Fire without I don't know.
No
Like
smoke without
this,
fire.
no smoke without fire. Thank you. So I feel like
All
Chinwe
right.
might be pregnant, honestly, because that sleep this week was too much. The
All right.
party,
Thank you so much.
the Chinwe that I saw in week 1, week 2, this Thursday pool party was a very different kind of person. And the girl that I saw, you could tell that there is something wrong. So definitely, I feel like there is truth to those rumors, but I'm just keeping my hands crossed and wishing that they are true, because we would like this season to give us the first Big Brother baby. Who wouldn't want that? They kept saying lockdown, and I also believe it. It could have been a mishap during lockdown. So keeping my fingers crossed to see how true that is. But I do also, I feel like there is truth to those rumors.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fifi. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you for
Thank you.
having me.
All right. All right. We're going to quickly speak with AZBK on Twitter. In fact, she was the first person actually. So let's speak with her. Hello, AZ. Hello, AZ. Can you unmute your mic? Hi. Good evening. How are you? Yes, but you have to move to a more quiet place.
Okay, hold on. Let me remove my Bluetooth.
Okay.
Now?
Okay, this is better. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. All right, please fire on.
Okay. Yeah, so quickly, I just want to, talk on some of the things you highlighted.
Okay.
So, firstly, I want to say you are very, very unbiased with your opinions, and that's one thing I like about you.
Thank you.
Even in your posts and everything, anybody that wants to No, hot transformer cannot transformer. You always come correct. Do you understand? Whether you have any favorite or you are being PR for anybody, you just, say it as it is. And that is what a good, PR personnel should be. So, talking about this thing now, first of all, starting from when they had their first fight, I don't know what beef they have, what underlying beef they have anyways, but then whatever it is what it is, right? They've always had their, although they were friends before, like you said, from the get-go. I don't even know where the thing went sour, and then everything happened within a flash, and then they started fighting and all of that. Before we start hearing songs of devil, whatever you're calling is not available, and blah, 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 blah. Then we start hearing stuff. Now, first of all, right? They actually slut-shamed Ruthie. Let's not forget that. When they made statements concerning they touch your toto, you still no rest. You there with man, you still no rest. That's fucking slut-shaming, right? So what I feel Ruthie did was if he come back. Everything she said might not be entirely true, but there are some atom of truth in what she said. She actually made a comeback, and the comeback came with bazooka. And that's why people will keep saying, whatever reaction you get from me after you've gaslighted me, just take it like that. Now, talking about their microphone was freaking on. The microphone did not affect the fight in any way. They just didn't have the right words to use against Ruthie. And Ruthie's voice was too loud. Those twins, they have naturally loud voices, microphone or not. So it wasn't a case of microphone. It was just a case of, oh, this girl is just finishing us. Because the next day, they were saying everything that Ruthie was saying drained them. Like, they couldn't even find words to, fire back. They were just saying, Ruthie. Even the Ruthie self did not even go a long way, self, like the first day. The first time, everybody was applauding, even me. I was like, hey, finally, because this Ruthie, I don't like her. Make I just tell you the truth. I don't like the girl from the get-go because she's always, having these side talks about some housemates and everything. And that's just what I don't like. If you feel you have anything with somebody, confront the person, talk it out, woman to woman, and keep it going. But she's always fond of talking about, housemates and all of that with Chinwe and blah, blah, blah. So me, I don't like her, right? So when the twins gave her back, I was happy. I was like, yes, finally, may her body calm down. Then when she did her own back, myself, I was happy too. Because why I was happy is this, right? People really do not like the twins' character. Let's just be factual here. The fact that they talk a lot, they talk like they have diarrhea in their mouths. They don't have they don't know when to stop. Going as far as telling somebody that, oh, your sister was on her period and she fucked a man, these are like nasty, nasty talks. Talking about your parents, people will use it against you. That is just the freaking truth. Whatever you say will be used against you. So if you remember that week they were saying all those nasty talk with what's his name, Sons, telling him vital information that he don't even need to even say in the public. The timeline was hot, everybody was seeing it. So it was also that same week, the weekend, that they had that fight. So everything just collided and people were like, very well deserved. Now waiting you talk, now we use against you. All this kind of stuff. So me, I was also happy that Ruthie gave them back because according to her, she said they've been poking her, even though like you said, it's not everything they show. So me, I didn't even see where the poking was. But according to her, she, like the way she was saying it, to really believe her. And everything she said that day, everybody on the timeline believed it. Right? So it's the fights they had, both from this end and that end, it was equal, 1-1, aura for aura, mass for mass. Give me what you want me to give you back. And whatever I give you back, you take it like that. Right? So people are not hating on them. Or they're not trying to say this, trying to lift this one up and then bring this one down. It's just their character. That's just it. Me, I like them, but what they say sometimes is what disgusts me, to be honest.
So let me ask you a question.
Sorry, let me finish. You can ask. Let me finish, ma'am. You can ask questions later. Then this whole interview that Ruthie is going about doing, it's just irritating to me. To be honest, you said this thing in the house. Stand by it. Don't come and start doing. I'd like to have a talk with them outside the house. This is that. If it's me, I said it. Anything we want to make it stop. Because you feel you know a lot, right? You know a lot now. You know me now. You know me reach my house. We live in a ratchetty house, this, that. Say it and stop this emotional manipulation. The viewers are not stupid. Stand by what you said. You said it. Which one is 90% of them are true? 70% of them are true. This, that. Hello. I feel like some of the things that came out from her mouth was just a way of making herself feel better. That day. You know, she was like, oh, they didn't hear me when I was trying to call them back the last Sunday, busy Saturday. So now I want to bring fire back. So most of the things she said, it was just like, you know, trying to make herself feel bad and then give them back, like quadruple this thing, because it was a lot. You understand? Mm-hmm. So that's it. Then again, I wanted to like talk about Onyeka, but maybe in another space. I just feel like she's sexualizing herself by talking about sexiness and this, that, talking about short skirts and blah blah blah. I expected more from a lawyer. I mean, it's just BS for me. I expected more from a lawyer. Classiness, zero, nothing. Talking about man from Monday till today, Saturday. Victoria, that is not even sending you. You're still talking about her. Sexy, and people are even saying you have young legs. Where's the sexiness with your pot belly? Girl, please. Please. Dress well first. Dress well. Do your hair. Look beautiful. Look before you start talking about sex. It's like I'm tired of seeing all those nonsense talks. It's draining.
Okay.
You open your TV, the next thing you see is I've passed in. I entered the pool. I went to look at him. I know that peg that Ozzy pegged her, as in, is it like she will sleep very well that day. It's just so as in disgusting to watch. Okay. Then talking about Ben, he's obviously a bitch, so there's nothing to talk about him, and I can't wait for him to leave this Sunday. Thank you, Jerry. That's my submission.
All right. Okay, I know Onyeka's type of conversation upsets you, but please, let's be mindful, let's be demure. Let's not refer to, their physical looks, please, all right? But the question I wanted to ask you, right, it wasn't to cut you short from talking, but apologies for cutting you, or rather interrupting at that point in time. So the question I wanted to ask you, is with regards to the many opinions that arose from the twins' reaction on the day that Ruthie was evicted. Because all those classless talks, it properly started from that reaction. People might have had opinions about the twins before, yes. Talks happen like that during this Big Brother show. But that whole conversation about, they are classless, because that night, going to different major blogs, the comment section, there was a lot, even people that had blue ticks on their account, certain public figures too, classless. And it got me wondering, did people even know what happened, So the question I want to ask you is, as an unbiased viewer, right? What exactly was classless about their reaction?
To me, in all honesty, there was already a brewing fight.
Yeah.
So fight is fight. Anyhow I react is my business. Call it classic, call it classless. That's your bottom cup of tea. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Me, I don't see it as, yes, I was like, oh, it was unnecessary actually. I mean, you don't even know your fate yet in the Big Brother house. Mm. How about you now go home? She'll have the last laugh. Probably she'll come on Instagram and dance naked just to rejoice. Anything can happen because you guys fight is still on, Mm. To me, actually it was not necessary. But was it worth it? Yes. It was worth it. And truthfully, that day, most people actually engaged it. Like they were happy that they reacted that way. Why some people that feel, I don't know, sort of entitled or have the monopoly to how somebody will react, we are not happy about it. Mm. But honestly, it was classless, but it's part of the show. They gave us a show, and they were the very first people to do that kind of thing. It will remain in the history of Big Brother. Mm. So everything I show, I beg. After the show has been boring, so We will love it.
All
That's
right.
it.
Thank you so much, Ezibeke. It was a pleasure hearing your opinion. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I just remembered something now. If you all recall the All-Star season when Ebuka had questioned Doyin about Venita, and Doyin said all what she had to say. If you all remember, that's Doyin's reaction got a similar kind of reaction from a certain group of viewers. They were like, "Oh, that was so classless. How can you be talking to somebody's mother like that? A mother of two, da 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 da." And it also made me realize that during the days of the week, a lot of people don't have time to watch the show. But when it's time for the live eviction show, you will see a multitude of people watching the show. And so what they see on Sunday, it now becomes a basis for their own opinion that they form, for the rest of the season. And I just realized that that was something similar that happened with the twins on that Sunday. People did not really have information about what was going on. And personally, and just as I celebrated that Doyin's, basketballs to Venita, that was the same way. Because for me, as Ezibike just said, that was the first time I was seeing something like that happening on a Big Brother Naija season. Because these housemates are so used to, they're used to, what's that word I'm looking for now? They're used to faking it. You nominated somebody to be evicted. Then when the person is leaving, you are hugging the person and you are crying. Are you okay? Like, seriously. You nominated the person, they asked you for reasons, and you gave your bloody reasons. And then when the person is leaving, you're not hugging the person, you're not crying, and you're not like, oh my God, I didn't even know that you were going to leave. I don't understand. When you nominated the person, you thought the person would be dancing kumbaya or what? Don't you know that when you nominate people, there is the possibility that they will go home? So the fact that the twins did what they did, for me, that was refreshing. I've never seen something like that happen. Oh, thank you so much, Bright. I was looking for the word pretense. Most of these housemates, they pretend. They pretend. But anyways, let me stop talking. Let's speak with Chigozie Destiny on YouTube. Hello, Chigozie.
Hello, Glory. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. You're welcome. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's been a long week. You see me, myself, I can be that petty. I can be petty. For me, I would have, in my shoes, I would have done worse than what they had X and the did. If their bags they are there, I will carry it and I will throw it out and I will tell them goodbye. I don't want to see you ever here again. I can be that petty. Because this is like we are just looking at this and calling them classless, calling them ratchet. You don't need to call them ratchet. We celebrated Ruth when she stood up to the twins. Even I saw like someone on TikTok saying that that these things that they said two heads can be better than one. Sometimes it's not true. That you can see that Ruth defeated the twins. For me, if I will say the twins did what they could, it's kind of like a revenge. You bring something, say that you cannot detect the weapon that someone will bring to the world that you called. You cannot do that. Of course, you cannot do that. So people calling them ratchet classless is not good. For us, let us look at this situation in an analytical way, and let us determine that the twins did what they did out of anger. Ruth also said what she said out of anger. If it's another country, if the twins leave the show, they can sue Ruthie for defamation of character.
And she can equally sue them too.
Yes.
They will sue each other.
She can, because like imagine saying that two persons committed like these twins committed incest. Do you have the proof? Do you have the evidence to back up your claim? No, you don't have it.
Chigozie, sorry, let me keep this in. Do you know the bigger lawsuits that could even come out of this if it was maybe a foreign country? You remember when Ruthie was saying what she was saying? She said they actually knack for gigs. Like they for gigs. And I went to check on those twins that day, and I realized that these people have actually worked with big brands. So imagine now the brands now feel attacked, and they now decide that they want to sue for defamation of character.
They can do that. They can do that. You have to like bring up evidence that proves that they exchange sex for gigs.
Exactly.
And it's not good. So
Hello? Chigozie, are you there? Oh my God, what's happening? Chigozie, we can't hear you anymore. Are you there?
uh,
Uh,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Please fire on. Chigozie, what's happening? We can't hear. Are you having calls? Okay, my God. Maybe we move on to the next speaker, and then when you come back, you continue from where you stopped. I don't know if that's fine. Chigozie, can you hear me? Okay, he can't hear me. So we're just going to move on to the next speaker. When Chigozie returns, he will continue from where he stopped. Hello, P.
I'm here. I'm back here. I think it's just network situations. Let me just round up. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Welcome back. Please carry on.
So that's for that. Let me about the Chinwe situation. I've said my own that if Biggie can give her a PT test to do, so as to be sure that she's not pregnant, because when they have like these sponsored tags and with the head of house challenge with the way it's going now, if they have this kind of challenge, it can be very strenuous for her.
Yes.
If she's in that condition. So my advice is that Biggie should give her a test to do. Talking about Anita's own, I get what she's feeling, that she wants to date someone who's older than her or someone who's within that same age. For me, that conversation yesterday was very, very annoying. I was watching it on someone's page on Facebook. I had to just leave because it became very annoying yesterday. So I think they just need to Anita just needs to just calm down within the show and just go through the show like that. If she comes out and she feels that that she cannot date the guy because of the age, fine. But sometimes we keep on saying that age is not it's just a number. But in our society, especially like in our African society, we do not really practice that age is not a number. Age is just a number. And that is my take. So that is my take for now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Chigozie. Thank you so much for your contribution. All right. We're going to speak with P. After P speaks, then we'll go to YouTube and speak with Lolo. All right. Okay. Hi, P.
Hi, Glory. How you doing?
I'm good. You're welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good.
Nice. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say thank you for using your platform to always defend housemates who are being dragged online. I know this is not your first time. Wani and Handy are not the first people. So,
Yes.
yeah. So, regarding Wani and Handy, those women make me laugh. They are so
Hmm.
funny. I do not see them as ratchet, classless, or ras at all. Like my dad used to say, all is fair in love and war. I can't
Abby.
fault them for reacting the way they did. We signed up to be entertained, and Wani and
Hmm.
Handy have been entertaining us. If it were
Hmm.
me, like you said, I already said this in my head when you said it out that if it was you, this is what you would have done. So I would have screamed, knelt down, and would have busted out singing a Mercy Chinwe or Nathaniel Bassey gospel song. Because
Just Matthew.
the way God answered the prayers, like enemies leave, po 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 po. They left back to back. Wow.
Yeah.
The ruckus between Ruthie and the twins was just too much for me, especially all the things Ruthie said. I'm glad
Hmm.
Ruthie and Mayor were evicted last Sunday. This is why I hate Bagbos. I know lots of
Hmm.
Nigerians, Africans, they love Bagbos. I don't know why. It will never work in day to day life where I live, so I do not practice it at all. It is
Hmm.
very uncomfortable for me to watch and listen to in Nigerian movies and reality TV shows. Somebody will surely cross the line and go too far. Do you know
Hmm.
the type of Bagbos that I like? Remember when Choma Goodhair and Esodike went to meet Iyabo Ojo and Paul? Iyabo Ojo was asking him questions as if they are both not in the same movie industry. That subtle shade from Eso was golden. That's the kind of Bagbos that I like.
Hmm.
About Tofa, it is hard for me to put myself in Anita's shoes because Tofa is 24 I kind of blame Anita for not asking Topher how old he is from the beginning before going into a ship with Topher. Isn't
Hmm.
how old are you one of the first questions you ask a potential partner? How could she assume that they are the same age? Did she assume, or did he insinuate that he was 29? So I don't know. So how could she have assumed that they're the same age? She waited until other housemates started insinuating that Tofa is younger before asking him. In general, dating a younger guy is not wrong in my opinion, as long as the person is
Hmm.
over 25, which is when a person's brain fully develops, and as long as
Hmm.
the person is intelligent and self-sufficient. For me, I don't mind dating a younger guy, but don't ask me for money. That's when it's gonna that's when it will be. Even with older people, don't ask me for money. That's when it will end. Uh-huh.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I've dated a younger guy before. It was really nice. It was nice. Yeah. It was nice, but
Okay.
it doesn't matter what the age difference. I don't care. I don't, like I said, over 25 is great. But with me, people
Hmm.
mistake me for I'm younger. So when I met
Hmm.
him, he asked me, "How old are you?" And I told him to guess. And he thought I was 21.
Oh
And
wow.
and yeah, and I was wondering what? And he was 30 at the time. So I'm like, what? I'm
Yeah.
like, no, not knowing that I'm
Hmm.
even older than him. He did not know
Oh
that. He
wow.
thought I was 21. It was, yeah. People think I'm way older. People think that I'm way younger than I am. Sometimes people guess
Hmm.
15 years younger. And I'm like, I'm telling you, going
Wow.
to pushing 20 years younger. Yeah. The only thing is that,
Wow.
when I come here, I tell you that I'm nervous and all. In real life, if you meet me,
Yeah.
I'm very confident. So some people think I'm 25, 26 because I'm really
Yeah.
confident in real life. But if you don't see that side of me, if you just meet me for like 5, 10 minutes, you would think I'm 21. Yeah.
Hmm.
So with
That's
Chinwe's
interesting.
pregnancy, sorry?
No, I said that's interesting. Please carry on.
Yeah, it's really terrible. Everybody, people that even people that I went to the hospital and the lady was like, "How old are you?" And I told her, and she was like, "I told you in your 20s." She's even Filipino. Yeah, she's Filipino, and she said that to me, and I was like, "Wow,
Nice.
I wonder why." So
Nice.
yeah, I don't know why, but I like it though. I
Hmm.
like it. I love it.
My
So
dear, it is a blessing. It is a
it is,
blessing.
it is. Nobody can ever guess right.
Mhm.
There's this
It's a
Nigerian guy. I
blessing.
told him we are from the same state. He lives here. So he was
Hmm.
like, he asked me for my age, and I told him guess. And he said, okay, because I know you are confident, you are 25 or 26. But
Hmm.
I, if minus the confidence, I think you are 21, 22. When I told him my age, the guy nearly died. he, ne- he nearly died. He knew he could not pursue anything with me. So that was the end.
Yeah.
So the last thing I was going to say is Chinwe's pregnancy rumor. If she's pregnant, good for her. If she's not, good for her. I want her out of the house. I'm fed up of her bad attitude and the awful things that comes out of her mouth. I'm done. Yeah. I was glad that two people left last week. I just want all the horrible people that they should just leave. Well, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, P. When
Yeah.
you said you wanted Chinwe out of the house, I say, As much as Chinwe is a handful, I enjoy her drama. She's just entertaining.
Nah.
And,
Do you know the kind of entertainment I like? The entertainment where you can also make me laugh. She doesn't make me
yeah,
laugh. She makes me angry. What she says makes me angry. Angry. Her behavior
mm,
makes me angry. So I don't like that. But with the
I can
twins,
imagine.
the girls, they make me laugh. That's what I want. Make me laugh.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
all.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And hopefully one day we get to see you fully so that we see this young 21-year-old.
Thank you, Glory. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Now we're going to speak with Lolo on Twitter. But before we move to Lolo, I saw this very interesting comment from Sadiq, and it reads, when it comes to the people you like, it's great to see passion in your content, but sometimes it feels like you go out of your way to protect certain housemates, even when they make mistakes. Love you. My darling Sadiq, you don't love me because if you really do love me, you would have familiarized yourself with my style and pattern of analysis. I'm glad that one of the first statements that P made when she came on to speak was that she expressed her gratitude for how I use my platform to defend housemates that are getting dragged, especially getting dragged unnecessarily. This conversation we're having about the twins and that whole situation, number one, we're talking about it because it happened on Sunday. And this is what we do here. We talk about these situations, we analyze it. If it did not happen, we will not talk about it, but it happened. So we are talking about it. Number two, we saw all the receipts and the progression of events that led to that particular day. And so we are marrying all those events together and we are talking about it. Is it wrong? No. Three, thankfully, this is not the first time I'm having such a passionate conversation about people that are shamed in different ways and manners. This is not the first time. It happens during the All-Star season. In fact, every season of the show, it happens almost every week. And if I have a platform such as this that I can use to speak for those housemates, I will. And you know the beauty about it, those housemates sometimes at the end of the day, they don't even know me. They don't even know that I do what I do. So if you see otherwise, well, I do not blame you for it. But I would advise that you fact check and you do your own findings about Glory Elijah's style of analyzing the show. I think it will do you a lot of good to really understand what we do here. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's speak with Lola. Hello, Lola.
Hey, Gloria, how are you?
I'm good. You're welcome. How are you? Hello? I think you're muted again. Can you please unmute?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Oh, yes. I can hear you again now. You're welcome.
Thank you. Couple of things. Because I commented on some of your posts yesterday and day before, and people came for me, where I have a different view of how people view certain things. Like, for argument's sake, let's start with TOPHER. TOPHER last night guest lit, what's her name? Anita, where he wanted to reverse the whole thing and blame her for her and Shizoba for having a conversation instead of coming out and saying, look, this is what has happened. I'm 24. I like you. Let's just see where this leads us. Instead of going around the corner and then, but I just found that conversation very triggering, especially if it comes from a male point of view, because sometimes as females, you are blamed for something that you don't know or not that you are not aware of, and then you tend to apologize because she kept on saying, is it about me? Sorry. I was like, oh, shut up. But anyway, that's TOPHER. And then you have, I think, Chinwe. Chinwe tried to be what the twins are. That's why she's triggered by the twins. So when she came in the first day, she thought that she was going to be the it girl. And then she was met up with the twins, Nelly, Anita, borderline Onyeka also. So she doesn't know how to maneuver around those people. And she doesn't know also how to maneuver around her man wanting to be loose and become one of the streets people, because as funny as she thinks that she's a bad bitch, Zion is a people's person, and then he wants to be free also to dance with other girls and stuff, but he feels restricted. And I think the conversation or the expose that what's his name? Ebuka did the other week. They've never recovered from it, sadly. And I don't think they'll recover from it because once he comes out and he sees what she said, it's a done deal. And then her also seeing that he said that he'll never marry her. So it's both damaging for both parties. So they'll never go any further than this. Her sleeping, yes, I think the pregnancy scare was there, but she slept on purpose again this week because it's like it's Nelly's week, so I'm gonna sleep. And nobody's gonna tell me anything. She is the show, so therefore they will have to come to her. But I blame Biggie again for this because Biggie's this season he has never called out any bad behavior. So therefore housemates feel like they are ruling the house and the production more than anything. They're worse than All Stars. All Stars, Benita thought she knew production, so therefore she will tell production what to do or say. So therefore you see certain things like that this season of certain housemates. And then we go back to the twins. The reason why most people had said or classified it as classless was because as society, you are taught to celebrate people, not to bring down one another, right? And then that also comes from toxicity point of view that let's not be toxic, let's not be extra. Don't also, yes, Ruthie was wrong for saying half of the things that she said, but also you can't dictate on how people should react. But Biggie should have called out the twins then on some. Remember that this is a prime time, meaning that most people are watching right now. So therefore, you are now borderlining, infringing on contract that we have with sponsors and whoever else. So production also is at fault for not calling the twins to order, because now they feel like they can do anything and everything under the sun. And then you have them also this week also portraying certain mannerisms that are classless, in my opinion, because then they are toxic. Let's call a spade a spade. I love them, but they are toxic. Or they've watched the show and they've positioned themselves as, we're going to go in and we're going to be toxic. And that will give us, either way, it will keep us top of mind, and that is our objective, because everybody came in with a strategy. Whether Onyeka speaks, and I'm going to Onyeka, whether Onyeka speaks about her body or not, or whatever else, it has strategy. All these strategy is come in, make the girls fight over me. That's his. But also us going after their bodies or diminishing them because of their bodies and stuff, it's uncalled for. So I think as society, we thrive on toxicity, negativity, because we feel like if Glory is going to make it, why should I praise her instead of bringing her down to my level? So we need to also understand where we are as society. Like for argument's sake, my last point, the other thing that Biggie tends to fail to do is Bibi Mzansi. Any mention of sexualizing women, demonizing each other, whatever, Biggie will call it out. And you get a strike or you leave the show. With this one, Michky says anything under the sun about people's bodies and stuff, and they don't call it out. And then you go back to, okay, does Biggie or Big Brother Nigeria thrive on toxicity, or is it there to educate people with some sort of entertainment packaged into it? So it's a food for thought that, okay, cool, this is where I am in the society. Do I break down further or do I build further up? Anyway, that's my take on everybody this week.
All right. Thank you so much, Lolo. Thank you so much. I have a lot of things I want to say, but I don't want to invalidate your opinion, all right? But thank you so much. I really appreciate your contribution. Yeah. But if I'm gonna ask you a question though, right? The question I want to ask is, how do you define toxicity on a show like Big Brother?
I'll tell you now, this season there isn't much. Last season there was, where, for me, what's this? Venita was borderline that, where you cross the line of it, you go below the belt. It's somebody. Like, you would call out a person with their mothers or sweat them with this, blah, 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 blah. For me, you've gone beyond or below the belt, and then you've come for my person. Instead of attacking the situation, you are taking me personally. So it's borderline that for me, where it triggers people. So I feel like we enjoy triggering each other. as human beings. You know, like I'm gonna say, for argument's sake, I'm gonna use this word loosely. I'm gonna say Ben is useless, Ben is ugly, he's not a man. I've attacked him personally instead of saying, Ben, I don't like how you speak or how you address things. And then from there, you are also showing him a different side of things where now it's just a lot of fights, a lot of just a lot. For me, it's a lot.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to, just give clarity because there are a lot of questions bustling in the comment section in the YouTube space. So I just had to throw that question, for clarity. But thank you so much, Lola. Thank you so much for sharing your opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going back to YouTube now to speak with Diva. But before Diva comes up, I need to address this comment. This is from Tebs. Tebs says, thank you, caller. Finally, with thank you, caller. Finally, with common sense speaks for a change. Okay, the English is not properly constructed, but the person is basically commending Lolo, for being that one caller. Like finally, a caller with common sense. And I think that is quite offensive. This is what I've been talking about. Please, comments like this, it's not nice. It's not nice because what you're insinuating with your comment is that every other person that has been speaking do not have common sense. And that is not nice. That is completely unacceptable here in this community. So please, you can commend or applaud someone for probably thinking the way you think or sharing similar sentiments as yours, but please do not attack other people that are sharing their opinion because this is an attack on the intellect and intelligence of other people. So please desist from doing this again. Thank you very much. All right, let's speak with Diva. Hello, Diva.
Hey, Gloria, what's up?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Hey, look at how you're smiling. Hey, Charlie, fine girl.
To hear from you now.
Hey. Hello, everyone in the comments. Hello, everyone in the box. To be honest, yeah, Glory, me, I've always been an underground person. I never talk. I'm always just watching your videos. Like, I'll just take a chill pill, relax and watch. I'll come to the comment section, do my thing and go. And to be honest, yeah, when it comes to BBN, the main reason why I don't like commenting is because I don't watch, I tune in on certain times. Like when I know that there's Saturday night party and there's going to be after drama, I tune in. When they want to play games, I swear. But I think as I almost throughout last year, I was actually really vexing with you on comment sections. I'll be like, Glory, whenever drama is happening, just update your community post and tell us drama is happening. so we can tune in.
You like drama.
Yeah, so we can tune in. But then I'm like, wait though, if Glory starts updating community posts, then how will she give us videos to watch? How are we going to watch videos?
God bless you for asking and answering the question. Anything.
So that's okay. Then before I even say anything, I want to address the last person that made that comment. Tebs Molemzi. Hey, I said that comment, I love it. You know I love that comment.
Why?
Because I don't have common sense. I don't have See, me, I'm this kind of person. I insult myself before people insult me, so that when it later comes, it doesn't scratch me. So I don't have common sense. So everything I'm going to say here today is senseless. So if you want to insult, no problem. It's cool. It's calm. Hey, okay. Seriously though, let me just say the little that I can say and get out. So first of all, let me talk about this Rootsy WANNIxHANDI thing. Normally, I don't like when it comes to drama in Big Brother house, yeah. If I don't watch the genesis of the fight, I would never comment. That's just who I am. I'll just sit back. I'll watch people comments, throw their back and forth. I'll laugh and do, but I'll never drop my own comments because I don't know what's happening, right? But you see this one, from the beginning, those girls entered that house, and I don't. The thing about me is I don't have favorites. I'm just like you. I don't have favorites. So if this person, if I'm commending this person today, I can give her buzz tomorrow if she messes up. But you see those this Wanni and Andy girls, from the moment they entered that house, they started like the aura they had around them, like you knew these ones are coming in to give you a show. You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, whether it's going to be senseless or not, for the fact that they're even in the house, they would drag everybody into their business. And that's what they've been doing. Because they can't have squabbles with this person. It's definitely going to pick up on everybody in the house. And before you know it, everyone is talking about it. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, I feel like you see this problem of Ruthie, that first fight they had, and there was this Ruthie, this very melodious tone that was making you go gaga when you did the video. Honestly, when that fight happened, I saw it. In short, I saw everything. But then I'm like, this is definitely not the genesis of this fight. There's an underlying beef between these guys. Because you can't say you're passing and you heard them talking and then you came. That's not how it starts. Like, come on. There is something. And then I went back to the table and I'm like, where did this all start from? Because I know there was something. And then I remember this conversation. Sometimes when people make comments, I'm like, am I the only one watching this thing? Or am I the only one that is hearing this thing? Like, why are people not hearing it? There was this conversation that was had in the house. I don't know who Ruthie was talking to. And then she said, was it DJ Flo she was telling? I can't remember. And then she was telling the person that Sean and Wanni's ship is fake. That because Sean gave her that while they were together, Sean was always giving her the green lights with his eyes. She said that. And the thing is, I never, because I heard it and like I've never seen anybody talk about it. I felt like, okay, maybe I'm just hearing something that is not there. So I let it go. And that's why I've never made comments about it. Maybe when I'm watching your videos, you know, when we drop comments, I never talked about that because I'm like,
she has said it several times
because
that Sean is a spec, but Sean is with Wanni.
Yes, I know. Wait, yes, I know that one. I know that one where she said Sean is a spec. But the one where she actually said Sean was giving her the green light with the way he looks at her, that particular one, you know, there are two different things. Sean is my spec, is different from Sean is actually giving me the green light, looking at me funny and all kind of things. So I didn't say that. And then when Ndi Nne came out of the house, they had this interview with Ebuka. Was it Ebuka or I think it was Ebuka? And he asked them what they thought about that ship and all that. No, was it Ndi Nne or Tammy? I can't remember. And they said that Ruthie, that they feel like the ship is fake because Ruthie had actually said that Sean looks at her funny and Sean likes her. And then there's this thing about Sean. When Sean is talking to you, especially when you guys are in deep conversations, and we see it with Onyeka, it gives you that kind of intense look that if you're not calm to interpret it, you take it as, oh, this guy's giving me the green light. So I'm like, are you sure this babe is not just trying to feel what she wants to feel? Like Sean is giving you the green light. So I'm like, that has to be the genesis of this. There has to be something that you're dragging. There has to be something that is actually peppering you for you guys to be involved in this kind of altercation and stuff like that. And then another thing is when this whole thing happened, and then she was like, she heard they were singing. If you always don't remember the song, but Diva is here. I got remember. You. Satan, the number you are calling is not it's like Satan, number you're calling is not available. I sing it every day. Whenever my sister pisses me off, I sing it.
It sounds like a Pentecostal
It is a normal thing. Exactly. It is a normal thing. Now everybody they sing the number you are calling is not available, meaning I will not fall for your tricks. I will not enter into whatever hole you're digging. I am fine. I am not available. Sure, you understand? And then they didn't mention your name. They didn't say anything. It's just, see, for typical Nigerians, Glory, if me and you they yarn and we they talk and person waka pass and the person say, you are talking to me, what's the first thing we ask her? We mention your name.
Did I mention
We
your
call
name?
your name. As a typical Nigerian, that's the first
Nigerian.
thing you would say. That is the first thing. You hear your name from my mouth. As long as I say you know hear your name, Oga, waka komot. Do you understand? So that is like
Yeah.
you heard them singing and you came down and you were saying this thing, you were talking, and then you're like, you dare them to call your name. And they turned it into melody, my darling. They gave us melody. Like it was soprano, bass, and alto together. Rooty, rooty, rooty. And the person, they didn't, the mayor guy was there. They dragged him into it in front of him. He was there. And after the whole fight, I loved one thing they did. I don't know who they were talking to, and they were like, that the fact that they dragged mayor into it, they didn't like it. And they went ahead to mayor and they apologized. Now, you know what? I'm not going to be saying everything as it goes. I'm just going to jump from one to one so that I can join everything together. Now, they went to mayor and apologized. When Ruthie came out of the house, you started beefing that it is because they like mayor. Why did they go to apologize to mayor and not come to you to apologize?
I wouldn't.
That is
if I have
because the guy was.
I wouldn't.
Exactly. Why would I apologize to you? You're the person I have beef with. And I'm only sorry because I dragged him into it. It shouldn't have happened. And then you came outside and you're making it feel like because they like the boy and they're eyeing the boy, that's why they went to apologize to him, to paint them a certain kind of way. Babe, come on. You guys. And another thing I want to say is, see, me, I believe in if anything is wrong, if there was any wrongdoing with Wanni and Andy's situation, or even Ruthie, or I'm not talking about where the whole shaming and everything, I've not even come to that. If there was anything wrong, I believe Biggie would have said something. There's something I usually look forward to in that house, diary sections, because I know Biggie would always call you out on your BS.
If you are
Biggie
lying,
is
you would
talking to you
expose it.
Exactly. If Biggie is talking to you in the diary section, and I see, and the moment it mentions a bot, what comes to my head is this person don't fuck up. He don't fuck up. That means say now you. But throughout, from beginning to the end, he didn't say anything. Even when they were still performing the drama for Biggie, he was just laughing. You know, go tell me say Biggie do off camera roll for floor. It's not possible. You understand? So it's not like this thing is, I don't know why we're taking this thing too personal. Everybody has favorites, but you can't defame people like that. It doesn't work. When Ruthie did that, people were celebrating her, because to be honest, I didn't celebrate anything. There's one thing about me. If I am fighting with you, I choose my words carefully. And that is why if I am watching people fight, I don't look at the fight. I look at what they say to each other. Then after your fight, I can call both parties out on their BS. Like, what is this? Do you understand? So, like, I was just like, what's it? Now let's analyze the whole thing, Seth. What did the girl say to Ruthie? You get man with the finger your toto, you see they shout. Glory, let's be factual. On a normal day, people say that. Not people say that, but it is something that can easily come out of everybody's mouth. Like, wait till they walk yourself. Your boyfriend, they give you money, they carry you, go. You understand? You they chop, you they do this one. You see person where they sleep with you for house. Wait till they pepper you. Now let's bring that and come and put 30K per night. You sleep around for gigs. You are committing incest. And you're now telling me that slut shame, like how? I don't understand. See, yeah, what me I just want to say is, see, from day one, when it comes to Wanni and Sean's ship, right? I feel like they both know what they are doing. To be honest, that's what I feel. Because from day one, they both said that they are AS and that outside the house is going to be nothing serious. But within the confinements of the house is going to be them against anybody. I heard that. So if Wanni has now decided that, because you know we ladies, you know how we are with loving someone. If Wanni has now decided that the thing has gotten into her head, that is her business. They're going to sort that out. But one thing I want to say is this is a boring ship but it's got a whole lot of drama. It's a different thing for your ship to be boring. But when your ship is boring and you bring drama, like you bring drama to the house, forget. I don't care about that ship. The drama is what I signed up for. Do you understand what I'm saying? So,
Yes.
like, I don't understand why people are just doing all these things of one. Let me just finish, because this talk, I'll not end this. One thing I want you to understand, Glory, is number one, I love you. I love everybody on this platform. I love all of you guys sitting in the box. But one thing I would say is Wanni and Ndi, they have set the bar for future shows of BBN. And there's nothing anybody can say about it. See, you see that pedestal that they are climbing? They have really climbed it to the top. Like, they have set the bar with that drama they did. Because, girl, what? As a matter of fact, Ruthie should be happy that they gave her that kind of memorable outing. Because that was one memorable outing. She should just accept it with her full chest. Like, these girls made me trend. Even outside the house, she's still trending on this topic. You understand? So if this next season of BBnaija comes up and we don't see someone to give us this Wanni and Ndi, trust me, people will refer back to it. Is it not Nigerians? Oh, God, forget. We will refer.
Right.
Anyways, that is it though. Nobody's
so
Ruthie did the whole lot. She did the whole lot. It wasn't called for. She did the whole lot. No, that wasn't called for at all. But anyways, they'll be fine. And then, sorry, there was one comment that said, WH is going to leave on Sunday, then they will see themselves. I was like, yes, if they leave on Sunday, it's okay. Even if it's for one night, at least she sat down and she watched them at home, from home. So let them leave. The point is, she wants them. So guys, you guys have a lovely Sunday weekend, Jare. You're welcome, love.
Thank you so much,
guys.
Diva.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And
you have any question for me?
No, you're upset. If I ask question now, they will say Glory is supporting me. I don't keep my mouth to myself. Thank you so much.
See you later, Jare. We want content, but when we get refreshing content, we complain. That is Nigeria for you.
Of course.
All right, guys. Take care of yourselves. Love you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that was quite refreshing. Okay, let's speak with Jay Farnsworth. After Jay Farnsworth, we'll go to Twitter and speak with Nicole. Hello.
Hey, Glory. How are you today?
My brother. How are you, my brother?
I'm okay. Very well. How are
Jay,
you?
first of all, let me ask you, because I know that you have been looking for this kind of drama for the longest time. The twin sisters' reaction. What was your own reaction to that?
Okay, this is it. I wanted to address that as the second thing, but let me start with them. Anyway, so I was happy the first time when they attacked Ruthie, and then on Saturday when Ruthie gave them, attacked them, I was also happy. But then on Sunday, I wanted more than that. I expected more from the twins, because they had been defamed and they had been silent. I wanted them to debunk that. You debunk that by either saying that's not true and coming outright, raising and being raising this uproar that whatever is being said, it's a lie, or so debunk that person by also going low, taking the road that they've decided to tread. Yeah. So on Sunday, at first, I was looking for the right word. I don't think the twins were classless. I feel like it was a bit childish, because I expected more from them, given what Ruthie had said on Saturday. So I expected more from them. Something like along the lines of what Doyin had done to Venita. Something like that, like you being more mature than us and having a daughter and being the one who spewed what you said last night, towing that line. That's what I expected from them. So what they did, I felt like, okay, I wanted more. I was yeah, but I don't think it was classless. Yeah. So glory for this season, honestly, I am trying to look at all these housemates from the very first ones that left, and I'm not seeing any strategy. Honestly, there's no strategy in that house, and that's why sometimes it becomes the show becomes redundant, and we're wondering, okay, what's going on? I've been leaving the screen and going to watch my own series, honestly, until I see something up, and then I rush. When I hear their voices, being raised, that's when I go back to the screen. Then I wanted to say something about BBN compared to BBMZanzi. So I feel like BBMZanzi is more of they usually have they are mostly tactical and mental games in their strategies. Yeah, but BBN mostly I feel the what would I call it, the audience that watches BBN usually prefer the whole bus boss and that kind of drama. So and if you look at this season, you don't see any tactical or mental games being played around. So I think that's why the show is a bit redundant. And I feel like, Ruthie said something in one of her interviews. She said that most of the housemates are holding back. They're not being themselves. And I think Ebuka had also said it sometime back in the second week. So actually, that was the first week when they eliminated that I don't know. Yeah,
I remember.
He said that the housemates were holding back because I think they've watched the season and they don't want to step on any toes. So that is why you have, I think, the most spoken words this season are respect and let's have a conversation. Conversation, respect, conversation, respect. And I'm wondering, what is this?
Let's have a conversation.
I think we need to have a conversation.
Conversationalist.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but now with the housemates that are left, I still feel like the twins are doing redundant as it is. The twins, you see those eyes of theirs, they do a lot. They make me laugh, especially when they open their eyes wide open. You may think that they are like these cartoon characters, and then they are just. Then, Glory, you didn't really talk about that game where Handy got exhausted, and almost fainted. Do you remember that? I forget the game they were playing that night. I was expecting you to say more about it's a man cheat. It was the man cheat game.
Oh. To be honest, the task this season is too like they drag it too late at night and I get really exhausted. So sometimes I'm watching, but I'm not really watching the task. Yeah. So
then the other thing I really wanted to talk about were the checkers, these sisters, and then when Onyeka went into that diary room and started crying, I think I wrote on one of the podcasts, I said, I think someone should get a stick and really flog them so that they can cry out all their tears. Because I'm really exhausted of those tears. I like those sisters, but I really get pissed whenever anything happens, they want to cry. I'm like, what's this? Yeah. The most interesting thing for me was yesterday, that whole age thing. So personally, I feel like I usually tell myself that I'm a liberal with conservative principles. So if someone is doing something that I'm not comfortable with it, I don't mind it. I'm okay with them. So the whole age thing, I feel like I agree with Anita. Personally, I also want to date someone who's like, okay, as a guy, I would want to date someone either my age or someone younger. So when she said she would prefer someone her age or someone older, I felt like, that was her being true, being, honest with TOPHER. However, TOPHER, I feel, is not comfortable with his age. He's not proud of it. So because the way he went on lingering the whole conversation, and knowing who Anita is, she's so articulate, bold, so it comes off as her being rude. He kept on complaining, your tone, something like that. But honestly, but you're saying nothing. You're trying to say
True.
a lot, but you're not arriving to something.
True.
So, uh, yeah. And then the Chinwe, the last thing I want to talk about is about Chinwe's pregnancy. I don't think Chinwe is pregnant. I think she just wants the house to talk about it, because if you're pregnant, you wouldn't be consuming alcohol that way. And I think she's oversleeping mostly to, get back at Nelly to make her week hard, like one of the speakers said. So I don't really think she's pregnant. Then, lastly, I want to say, Sean, I wish Sean would get exposed this Sunday by Ebuka. Yeah, I want him to get exposed. You see that comment he said about Wanni's hands, smelling like fish. After knowing that Ruthie had said something that she had said, that thing is actually very bad. It furthers, who wrote these comments, because one of the symptoms to one of the STIs, and I know there are some medical professions in this line, they know that one of the STIs actually to ladies, it results in you smelling like fish. So when you say something like that after Ruthie has said all that rubbish, then you're making things worse. And I really want Money to finally see who Sean is, and we see whether she'll continue with the ship, or she will listen to. Because I know part of her sister Handy is always trying to like pull her away from that ship, but then she also wants to respect her decision to be with Sean.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are my sense for today. Other than that,
thank you so much.
Then Glory, one last thing. I usually talk about people attacking you on your videos and the comments. Honestly, I've not seen those, because I usually like having, being petty with such people in the comment section. But I haven't seen any. I think I'm not
you're
being
looking for them?
Yes, I'm looking for them.
I think we're actually growing. I think we're making progress. Back in the day, it's an influx of trolls, but now I think with consistently educating them on how to be more expressive rather than be more insulting, I think we have made progress. So insulters have become believers, and they now have better conversations. So I'm really proud of us as a community.
Then as you Glory, honestly, yesterday I wrote a comment to one of your videos. Of the housemates you've seen this season, honestly, do you see one that you could invite here? Because I haven't seen any that's that could really make us get excited to have a conversation that would yield something.
So I'm glad you know my pattern of doing things here. First of all, if I am going to invite anybody to this platform after the show or after they come out of the house, it's going to be the twin sisters. And the reason for that is, as you must have known already, when a show like this is going on and there's like a defamation of character type of campaign going on about certain housemates, I always want to use my platform to help people gain clarity for them. So I think we did that with Doing, we did that with Pere, during Baby and Zanzi, we did that with Papa Ghost, we did that with Lerato. So people like that. And for me personally, I don't really care about their game, right? But so long as the hate train on them is a lot, and I have watched the show and I saw that, okay, what people are actually accusing them of doing is not what they actually did. I want to give them that opportunity to tell their own story. So it's going to be first the twin sisters, right? And then I'm still looking. I'm still looking. But if there's any of them that wants to come, by all means, they can send me a message. But when it comes to those that I will personally reach out to invite, that is if they will come, it's going to be the twin sisters first. And that is if they would accept my invitation. Yeah, so it's then.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you again.
thank you
Thank
so
you for
much.
having me.
You're always welcome, Jay. Thank you so much, Jay Fansworth. Thank you so much for your contribution. And I wanted to comment on what you were talking about, the difference in how BBnaija and BBNZamzi game is played. And I totally agree with you that with BBNZamzi, it's more of a tactical approach, whilst with BBnaija, I don't know if you've noticed, it's more about shipping. And to be quite frank with you, I don't think with BBnaija it is the fault of the housemates. I think it is the fault of the bulk of those viewers that promotes shipping as the best strategy for the show. You will notice that when these housemates newly came into the house, they were kind of looking. You could see that they were looking for their perfect match. Okay, who am I going to ship? Who am I going to ship? And the truth is, it's not like these housemates are not intelligent. It's not like they don't know how to play this game, but it's because of what this portion of viewership actually promotes. They make it look like if you're not shipping, you're boring. If you're not shipping, you're not giving entertainment. If you're not shipping, you're not giving content. And I'm also going to call out production about this one as well. Before the show even started, when promotion and production was doing a bit of their promotion, they were already instigating the idea of it's going to be a shipping season. It's going to be a shipping season. Hence the reason why when I did those my videos about my expectations and whatnot, I kept on hammering on the fact that personally, I see people that are coming to ship as mediocre players because it's like you don't have any other genius idea. You just come and you want to jump on the bandwagon and give the shippers what they want, forgetting that there are varieties of people that actually watch the show for different reasons, not only the shippers. But production, they heavily, heavily instigated this whole shipping idea, which other seasons they've been doing subtly, but this season they were outrightly promoting that shipping idea. So it's like people were already preparing their mind that okay, because this season is going to be about dynamic duos, so yes, we are going to see shippers, and it was just very annoying to watch. And so when the housemates came into the house, they felt compelled to get into a shipping situationship to create content, to create entertainment. So I feel like the show itself, inclusive of what this portion of viewers are looking for, it's also limiting the housemates on their potentials. I strongly believe, because I'm looking at the house currently and I've seen people that have the potential to play a one man or one woman game. But because of how this whole shipping idea has been heavily promoted, so it's now like if you're not in a ship, if you don't have somebody you are loving up with, it's a problem. But on the flip side, I am also of the opinion that if you find yourself in a ship, can you be more adventurous with that ship? Which is why, which people in the house are actually doing that at the moment? Which couple self? I'm trying to think of the couple that's actually doing that. I don't even know. Anyways, but you get what I mean, Jay Fansworth. Okay, he's not here anymore. But I mean, that's what I think. That's what I think. Anyways, let's speak with Nicole on Twitter. Hello, Nicole.
Hi, Glory.
Hi, you're welcome. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I've been listening since the beginning, and I feel like if you've been listening as well from the beginning, hearing people's opinions, people's thoughts, people narrating things that have happened, you'll be able to piece together a story, or at least the timelines of things and the individuals, their personality, and all of that. So I'm going to start from where Jay stopped. Sean. I think Sean is the only individual in a duo season. Sean doesn't care about any other person but himself. He prioritizes himself quite well. And the only other time you see him chipping for someone else, right? Because sometimes he plays the mediator, right? And he tries to get everyone to settle or to be on a good page. There has to be something for him, right? If not, he's not going to put himself in that situation. So I feel like Sean is playing a good game, right? Because that is his own personality, that's his own trait, and he's bringing that into the house with his partnership with Victoria, with his relationship with Wanni, Sean really doesn't care what your opinion is. His own is one, and in fact, the most important. And if you're not sitting on the same page as him, then he doesn't need you, or he's not going to listen to you. Apart from Sean, the whole Ruthie Wanni thing, I'm an avid watcher. I'm working, it's on my laptop, it's on my TV, so I'm seeing everything. From the beginning, Ruthie has been very delusional, especially with her conversations with the guys in the house. And I think this whole thing stems from a place of envy from Ruthie. Why I say that is what the other lady said about Ruthie wanting Sean in the beginning. That was very true. That was her expectation from the first night. But I think when she woke up and saw that, this girl don't call up this boy, like, what's going on? I didn't even have a chance to play my game or putting myself in that scenario, because it was like quite a next day thing for everybody in the house, and we were quite surprised, like, what's going on? These two people just, coupled up in a night. And I believe it's because two of them, they both know their strategies. They know what they wanted from each other. If you remember, during the first week, Sean referenced Bella and Shex a lot, and how that relationship helped him. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure Shex have given him some, tips. And he has looked around the house, and he has looked at the girls, and he has analyzed who is that one person that will really bring me out and put me out there. Apart from Wanni and Andy being bubbly, lively, they talk a lot, those girls have a career. They are known in the outside. They have a future. There's a progression for them. This show can actually do something for them because they already have that platform. And I believe he made the best choice for himself and coupled up with Wanni. Mm-hmm. It started from that. And then he now went into, Ruthie and Chinwe being queens of the kitchen. Them handling food. Everybody saying, thank you. Chinwe, you did cook for us. Ruthie, well done. And the first day, Wanni and Andy entered that kitchen, it was a blast. That their stew and rice, everybody was confused. I think that thing also made Ruthie grow some more animosity towards them. Like, I've been cooking for you people. You guys don't compliment me like this. These girls just came in one day, and you guys are already held over heels with them. Like, your food is great. That was delicious. We've never eaten something like that. Thank you. Do you understand? And then people wanted to start prioritizing Wanni and Andy in the kitchen, because now everybody's like, I want to eat your food. Right? Yeah. Instead of like eating Ruthie's food. So that made Ruthie say, if anybody comes to Ruthie, just add for me. Ruthie has no issue making an addition, which was what she said. That, even the Wanni and Adi has come to her and she makes an addition. But everybody wanted Wanni and Adi to cook for them. And at some point, it was getting too much. That Sean would come to the kitchen and say, I beg. You are not caterer for anybody. You are not madam cook. Don't cook for everybody. Tell them you are tired. Right? It got to that stage. So that's where our envy started. That's when she's now actively started talking about them. That's when she started complaining that, they are feeling high and mighty in the kitchen. They don't ask for anybody. They go and meet them to cook. And they say, no. I did not add your mouth. You cannot get my food. Meanwhile, me, Ruthie, I am cooking for everybody. I am free in the kitchen. That was where those comments now started from. And from some of the statements Ruthie has made, Ruthie knew these girls from outside, but she didn't know them. You know when you're a fan and you keep up with gist, right? But you don't know these people. That was Ruthie. Okay. Yes, because she has said it. I know them now. I know their gist. This is a Lagos talk. Lagos have blogs that talk about people, true or false. Lagos have blogs that people just go and say whatever they want to say. Unverified news. trolls. Do you understand? And really, she was a real life troll. She had heard about them. She had seen them. She said she has gone to their gigs in December. These girls were everywhere. If you lived in Lagos, they gave good shows. You literally could see them progress from playing from bars and restaurants to playing in concerts for 3 days in a row to being headliners, right? If you were out in December in Lagos, you would know them because they were out there. They were making their money. They were putting themselves out there. And I applaud them for that. So the truth is, Ruthie was delusional because she felt, I'm a fine girl, I'm a spec. These boys are going to love me. And yes, the first night she was so beautiful. They gave her attention. They spoke to her. Right? Which is what was even surprising to her when, after like a week, Mayor was moving to Levy because she felt, oh, this one is on lockdown. This one is on lockdown. But it wasn't like that. Men are not like that. They will go to the most attractive butterfly first. And when they've tried their luck, they go for who they feel like they are most attracted to after 2-3 days. Is how they work. So I felt that also made her feel sad. But I feel like the kitchen envy, apart from the Sean thing, Sean, I'm sure she counted her loss and she focused on Mayo. But that kitchen thing made her more envious. And let's not forget, her partner is a DJ as well. Our best friend of 10 years is a DJ. But when they talk about DJ and music and hype in the house, Flo doesn't really come in the conversation. It's Wanni and Andy, because from the first night, those girls have made everybody know, see, we are international DJs. So there's also that bit of them feeling overshadowed, which is the same thing that happened with Chinwe. Chinwe thought she was the hot stuff. She was the first girl in the house. And when she started seeing girls coming, she went to Miss Dara and said, oh, please, baby, take this off. It's time to show off. Let me give them my shape, my boobs. But then she started seeing babes and she was like, what's going on? And like a speaker once said, she didn't know how to navigate, that scenario where you've already made up your mind that I'm going to be the best. But then you come and you see like the playing field is leveled. She's not a bad girl. She's beautiful. She has a nice body as well. I can see she's charismatic. But she now had that insecurity in her. Because like, when you think you are going to be number one, and one small pikin just come and overshadow you. That was Chinwe's problem, especially with Nelly. Because Nelly had that same body she felt she was going to use to terrorize the house. Nelly had that body. So progression, seeing how people were not interacting with her and then with Nelly, and also forgetting that she came into the house in a relationship. People will give you the same level of attention as they will give you other people. Because they've already seen that you are closed off. Let's not play rough play. And then see our boyfriend, Odumodu Bona boy style spec. They don't want trouble. Let's leave her alone. And I think that also affected her. In my opinion, she might have been a bit sick, but she really overplayed her hand to frustrate Nelly. And she said it during the night of speed dating. That she doesn't care. They should go and do their wage. It doesn't concern her. If it's not Big Brother that told her to do something, she doesn't care. She just wanted to frustrate Nelly. Just based off that comment Nelly made on Sunday when Ebuka confronted her. Nelly didn't hide anything. Nelly said it as well. She doesn't like me. I don't know why she doesn't like me. Right? And that was it. And then if you look at the progression as well, she and Ruthie, they tried to play a fast one on Nelly. They said that they were going to gang up and do it. But they didn't get the reaction they wanted, thanks to Suj. If not for Suj, that would have been a major problem in the house, and they would have gotten the highlights they wanted. But Suj came in and dissolved the entire situation. So they couldn't get that vibe that they wanted. So, and if you see, Ruth and Chinwe, they are liars. They never admit they are wrong. They never admit when they are delusional. You say something on national TV, forgetting people see it, even your housemates heard you say it, but you lie. And the boy is not a fool as well. Ruthie lies a lot, Chinwe lies a lot. And that was my only problem with them. Yes, be delusional. There's no issue with being delusional, but own it with your chest. Don't say one thing now and behave another way. Ruthie instigated the twins. Because even that night Ebuka brought up that situation, the twins were shocked. You could see it on their face. They were like, what the fuck? Like, these are our people. What happened? And that was that night. It was that night the divide in the house started. Left couch and right couch. They were shocked. Like, why would you feel that way? And when Ebuka asked her, she said, oh, she has told. And Wani was like, no, you never spoke to me about this. Wani was even open to speaking to her about it. But she has already harbored so much beef and hate and resentment and envy that she was like, okay, now I'm going to take it to the next level. And if it is up to me, I would say she instigated all those things because it's normal. Like the last lady said, we as Nigerians, we will tease you, but we will not call your name. We will not talk to you. We will just be on our own. Right? If we call your name, then you know we are in for a real confrontation. But if I just, because yes, you slammed me, I'm being in my own corner, I'm reminiscing, I'm taking it in, and giving my own reaction by singing, devil, the number you are calling is not, and you come for me, I'll come for you too.
So, Nicole, sorry, just because of the sake of time, all right, please don't be offended.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you now the crux of the matter of the conversation, the reaction of the twins. I've been, listening to everything you've said, and I really appreciate the fact that you are an ardent viewer of the show. Their reaction on the night of the eviction of Ruthie and DJ Flo, was that a classless reaction? Would you classify it as classless or ras or uncouth?
To be honest, I want to classify it as classless, right? I feel like they were being themselves. That's how they would react in a normal scenario outside the house or inside the house. Right? Even given the fact that they didn't have an opportunity to come back the night before, they were actively waiting for that eviction. And I'm sure they had planned their reaction prior to. I just think the thing is that generally with Nigerians, we like bankers, but we're pretenders. We like to believe, you shouldn't, especially with all the hate the girls are getting, because as a society, we believe as women, you should be quiet and sit down in one place. You shouldn't be expressive. You shouldn't be yourself. You shouldn't talk. That's not the behavior they expect from a proper woman, a marriageable woman. If you do that, if you explore your sexuality, if you talk about your sexuality, you talk about yourself, your career, you are unapologetic. You are problematic.
Okay.
So I feel like the Nigerians had that reaction because they are not used to seeing women express themselves like that. They're not used to seeing women being real. And that's why they don't like the twins, generally. And I feel like a lot of hate are coming from men rather than women.
Interesting. All right. Thank you.
Mary, in that position. So I feel like that's just it. I don't think it's classes. I think it was an equal reaction. They are allowed to. It's a reality TV. They cannot come and start sitting down and faking anything for anybody. That's just how they are. And that's how they would react to a scenario. And that's how they reacted. Just because, in your opinion, you don't think it's the best thing, doesn't mean it is classless.
Great. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you so much for your extensive analysis. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, guys. I just want to say something as an addition to what Nicole has just shared, more like a footnote. If you've observed how housemates behave, react, conduct themselves every Sunday during the live eviction show, it all seems rehearsed. I don't know if you all have noticed. When a housemate is evicted, there are two reactions that you should expect from the rest of the house. It's either they look shocked and they are sat in their position and they're like, or they are shocked and they stand up and they go and hug the person. And it's so funny that you would see people that are like sworn enemies in the house. When someone is evicted, they will still stand up. And I don't know if you all know, but in Nigeria, when something bad happens to someone, even though you and the person are sworn enemies, you still need to show some respect. And that's the thing about respect we always talk about, right? And standing up from your seat, it's like acknowledgement, regard for that person or for the situation at hand. So the reaction from the housemates during eviction periods, it's more like it's rehearsed, it's either they express shock or they expressed sympathy or empathy. Anyone, they will stand up, the ones that will hug, the ones that will cry, the ones that will stand and hold their hands in front of them like this and look like they are at a funeral mourning someone's demise, they would behave that way. So it's now like a tailored reaction. It's like, oh, when you go into Big Brother's house, that is how you should react when people are evicted. Oh, it is not good to rejoice when people are evicted. And that's why I love what Nicole said at the end, that is the realistic reaction that WANNIxHANDI will give on a normal day. And I think a lot of people that deems that reaction as classless, they are lying to themselves, because the realistic reaction they will give could be worse than that. It could be higher than that. It could be a higher level of pettiness than that. And when we talk about class, people think that class is all about sitting down and crossing your legs and, as they say, sit pretty and look pretty. For real. There's a lot more to class, the concept of class that meets the eyes. Anyways, thank you so much for that, Nicole. Let's speak with Risad. Hello, Risad. You're welcome to the conversation.
Yes, hello, Glory. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. How are you?
I'm fine. Greetings to everyone. Peace and love and light. Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I've been, listening, and it's amazing. So many insightful opinions and all that. But honestly, just my own feeling. I feel like people that are maybe one-way fans, or should I say toxic? Maybe let me not call them toxic. It's kind of a bit not too nice. But people that are one-way fans cannot give a proper analysis of something that involves their, their fave or something like that. So for let me, I will just quickly speak on this topic of Wani and Ruti and maybe Chinwe and a little bit of Double K. But you see, this WANNIxHANDI, I'm not their fan, and Ruti, I'm not her fan. So I feel like I can look at it a bit, more unbiased kind of, because you see. Yes. I feel like what they did, Ruti, I think she lived so much in her mind, kind of, and she tried. At least she tried her best with bringing some content. I know people that like content. She brought some content, but I feel like with whatever happened with them, with that night, I think she shouldn't have gone there. She shouldn't have gone there, because it doesn't matter whether you're saying the truth or lie. Like, there are things that you shouldn't, there are, lines that you shouldn't cross. And especially when you don't have the facts, you don't have the evidence, you don't have to back it up, you shouldn't go there. And I know that Wani and Handy can be a lot, to be honest with you, but they just didn't deserve that kind of, should I call it defamation or whatever it is. But I know they can be a lot, because sometimes you have to also understand that these two girls, they jump on somebody at the same time. And they are not like, they're not like other, pairs that you see one of them will be having at them and the other one will be trying to pacify or maybe cool the thing down. Or this one's the two of them will jump on you, and and when they're jumping on someone like Ruthie, and she's a woman, she can sometimes it can be a lot, and she might just be overcome with emotion, and that's why a lot
Yes.
of people were trying to look at things from her own side that night. But I still feel
Mm.
like she should have kept everything in house there and not try to
Mm.
go over the board, because I don't support that. Then
Mm.
then I think for the twins, to be honest with you, I'm not a very big fan of some of the things they've been the way they. I don't know if it's their game plan or I think sometimes they are funny. I like when they are acting funny and when they play around, or when like when they won the Munchit task and they ran and kick the ball. Those things are nice. Those are the kind of content I like seeing. Just be funny. You don't have to be some weird, I don't know, problematic
Malicious.
person. Yes, yes. You can be funny. You can be. To be honest with you, I think Fina is one of the most deserving winners of this show ever, because she brought something that can be funny at the same time. Even when she's fighting, you can tell that the fight is just for content, or for you there's
Mm.
just a way it is. It's kind of but when people are fighting and going over the board, I don't think it's proper. And also when you're
Mm.
trying to be overly sexual, I don't know if it's how their personality or if it's part of their
Mm.
strategy, strategy in the house. I don't like this, that's just me. Or some people might like it, but me, I don't like this overly trying to, as long as you're not a nymphomaniac or something, why should you be always sexual, trying to, put sexual things out there? There was something handy one time, and if it was a guy, if it was one of somebody that I said that, it was a problem everywhere. Where she was revealing how she and is it OC or OZ? I don't know, one of them. I think it's OC, that they were partners outside, and the only thing they were doing is knocking each other, something like that. It was not serious, things like that.
No, it
Uh,
was
you know,
Sean. Sorry, I need to correct that. Sorry, I need to correct that. So
uh,
she did not
uh,
just pop out of the blues, right? It was Sean that
uh,
mentioned it. It was something OC had mentioned to Sean, and Sean had brought it up, right? The twins, they had mentioned before that they had come across the Mbadue twins outside, when they go out for raves and parties, that they've come across, but they had not really given details. So it was Sean that mentioned it. And because Wani is in a relationship with Sean, they felt the need to
oh,
clarify
okay,
things
okay.
too.
To
Yeah,
clarify,
yeah. They were
yes,
discreet
yes,
about
but
that
that means
information.
Sean should be, I think, I don't know what he's trying to play at, but I feel like things like that should not be. And to end up, by the way, that's like giving them some kind of, kudos, because I feel like there's a lot of things they kind of mature about, to be honest. And you see the way
Mm-hmm,
they relate,
mm-hmm.
you wouldn't even notice anything like that. And I know
Yeah.
sometimes they try to pin this their Fairme topic. And that day, in fact, I'm sorry, I digress a little bit. Last week I wanted to say something, I forgot. It escaped my mind. Because when people
Mm-hmm,
are talking about Fairme, you shouldn't go to the family and all that. I started
mm,
asking myself that do people really give this same leeway to their own, that give, I mean, this same judgment that they pass on these people, do they pass it to their own brothers, on their friends, male friends, or their
mm-hmm.
fathers? Because this is how men talk. You can be with your guys, and maybe when somebody make a joke, you that cannot last 2 minutes or 1 minute, and the guy will say, okay, go and bring your sister or bring your girlfriend, or the parts that they don't cross, which if they cross, most guys, not all guys, but most guys will not take it easy when they go to the mother. You see, like, oh, your mom or something. Somebody will say, no, no, mention my mom, that kind of a thing. But
Mm-hmm.
sister, girlfriend, this is how most guys talk. Welcome to the world of guys. I'm sure if you sit with guys, if you're kind of a girl that have male friends, you understand. So,
Mm.
just to get back to what we are saying, so I feel like, yeah, Wani and Handy, no, but they don't. They should come out and they have to clarify all those things. If they need to sue Ruthie, they should sue her honestly, because it's not something that, or if they can make peace, they make peace, and Ruthie should clarify that, you know, these things uh, is just hearsay, and she said it's because she's angry. So, you know, things need to be clarified. They came to show to, you know, make their lives. They came to the show to make their lives better, not to you know, not to face some kind of career-threatening allegations, you know. Yeah. Then for Chinwe, I think she's the villain, if I'm not mistaken. She's playing one of the villain of the season, kind of, and she's not.
Loudly.
She's doing.
She's loudly
Yeah,
playing it.
she's giving people. To be honest with you, no matter what you feel about the lady, she's making the show also lively, kind of. You know,
Yeah.
she's imagining. Yeah, there's always that person at you know, every season. There's always someone like that, you know. So some people thought it would probably be the Mbadiwe twins. It's not them. So Chinwe is the front line in the, you know, in the thing, giving not allowing people to, you know, to drink their water and drop cup, you know. So if she's sleeping, they'll say she's antagonizing. If she stand up, they'll say she's antagonizing. So, you know, so let her just let her just
No, I
continue
really
being.
find that entertaining too.
Yeah. And the only thing I don't understand, I won't support, you know, this relationship thing, you know, in real life, I wish somebody would tell her that in real life, it doesn't work like that. You know, this thing of, you know, you can't be happy in such relation unless you want to spend your life becoming a woman that is the man of the house, you know. And with that kind of a thing, it won't last. At some point, that man will either run away or do some, you know. That's just how it is, you know. That's against nature, kind of, the way or the tradition of things, you know. So I wish her the best with Zion, but I think they need to fix something in that whatever they have going on. Then it was the bouquet. Let me just quickly touch. You know, the bouquet. People are. I don't know. They are. I know that some people like them, but at the same time, you know, I don't see so much. I don't have so much respect for what they are doing, because, you know, the man is you're putting your wife in some kind of you know, unnecessary you know, temptation, kind of. And what kind of wife will be dancing and grinding a single man? You know, you don't have to do all that because of a show. People have already. I wish he knows that some people have already just loved or liked them because of the strategy. So you don't really need all that. And there was a time that I don't know if it was after the pool party or something, one of those parties, and she was playing me, and I think she touched the, you know, the production material in his body, and he said, and she was, why are you touching? And she, you know, so she said she's playing and all that, but I feel like, you know, all those things are not necessary, and it's probably she knows she doesn't need to do all that, you know. But so far they are trying, they're all doing well. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Let me leave it there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Richard.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. Thanks for sharing your contribution. I just want to quickly not respond. I just want to quickly chip in a thing or two to what Richard said. He said he's not really happy with, you know, Kelly Ray bringing his wife to the show. On the contrary, and this is not me trying to damn Richard's own opinion, I'm actually more upset with TJ for coming to the show when his wife was heavily pregnant with twins. I have nothing against TJ. It's his family issues, or not issues, but just his family matter. You know, he and his wife alone understand the agreement that they had prior to him coming to the show. But I was not excited, you know, when I learned that the wife had put to birth. She had put to birth twins, and this is me saying massive congratulations to her again. Thank God for safe delivery. But for me, the way I interpreted it, it was like, oh wow, your wife is heavily pregnant. Like she's almost due. instead of you to be by her side, you decided to pursue your dreams of participating in Big Brother Naija. And there was a conversation I listened to that he had with Michky on the day Big Brother gave him the permission to break the news to the house. This guy was telling Michky that he's not suffering outside, that he has money, because he saves a lot, that he has 3 cars. So when he was saying all of those things, I could hear someone that is very comfortable on the outside. And it made me wonder, like, bro, what else are you looking for in this life? Is it that you just want to, it's like our Nigerian president now, for example, he is very rich, like one of the richest persons in Nigeria. But when time for elections came, he said he wants to run for presidency because it is his turn. It is his lifelong ambition. So it's like you have everything in the world, but you just want that one particular thing that will give you power and relevance. So I was now wondering, like, okay, TJ, is that what it is for you? So I was quite upset because, dude, your wife is heavily pregnant and you left your wife heavily because look, when did they come into the house? 4 weeks ago. They spent 1 week or 2 weeks in lockdown. So let's say it's been 6 weeks you've been away from your wife, or probably more. That means your wife was probably about 7 months pregnant at the time you left home, right? Probably 7 months pregnant. So you left. So I wasn't comfortable with it. And listening to that, his conversation with what's his name, Michky, my respect for Kelly Ray literally skyrocketed, because I would rather watch a man that would come to the show with his wife so as not to be tempted by other women in the house. So if you're horny and you want to kiss somebody, your wife is right there for you to kiss, right? I would rather respect a man that does that than a man that would leave his heavily pregnant wife at home to come and look for fame on a Big Brother show, especially when you are not suffering on the outside. Especially when you are saying that you have 3 cars in the UK. In the UK, how many people have 3 cars in the UK? From what I heard, though, from my people, someone I know that stays in the UK, there are trains, there are buses, and most of the time, people don't even see the need to have more than 1 or 2 cars. But TJ said he has 3 cars. So you left your 5-year-old daughter, you left your heavily pregnant wife, and you came to the show. So I don't have any qualms about it, but if you compare TJ and what's his name, Kelly Ray, my respect goes to Kelly Ray, right? And then Fraud did the same thing during the All-Star season. In Big Brother's house, every time Fraud wants to talk about himself, he's always talking about how he hosts billionaires to parties, how he has money, how he has connection. So you have all of those things, and you are still leaving your heavily pregnant wife at home to come and look for fame. So I'm sorry, but I'm not really a fan of men that would pursue their yearnings over being by the side of their wives when their wives actually needs them the most. Even though their wives actually have friends and family around, but you are leaving your wife at home that's heavily pregnant for a reality TV show. For me, I would never see the sense in that. I just thought I should share my own sentiments about that. But I'm going to quickly move on now to Akoswa. Hello, Akoswa. How are you?
Hey, Glory. I'm good. How are you?
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Yeah, I can see it's very tiring, like coming here and giving all those comments because there are times that I have a different time zone from them. So sometimes I get to watch that whole dawn drama and whatnot, and sometimes I'm like, oh my god, if I was in Ghana by this time, the time would be like way past my bedtime, and I'll wake up feeling very grumpy because they decide to give us content at dawn. That's one thing they decide to do. They sleep and eat noodles during the day. They give us content at dawn, unfortunately. But that's just by the way. I wouldn't speak much on the WANNIxHANDI and Ruthie situation because I feel like a lot of people have addressed it. Personally, I feel like that's the thing. You can't expect the reaction I'll give after you have like attacked me. So then again, both teams are at fault. They are rightful in their own ways. Like they reacted to how they didn't fit. You came at me by attacking me outside the house, claiming a lot of, should I say, misconceptions or things you know about me, whether they are true or not. And the only problem I had with WANNIxHANDI was the fact that I feel like they should have just stopped her so that it wouldn't even like make her continue whatever it is she's saying because it might be wrong. And because you guys kept quiet, it gave that whole notion that is it true, is it wrong? So I feel like they should have just stopped her and she shouldn't have even listened to Sean because I feel like that gentleman has been doing more harm than good. because I don't know whether he's for them or he's against them. Because the last week I mentioned that he's an instigator, and that's one thing I've realized about Sean. I don't know the kind of reaction she's expecting to get from the twins. Possibly he has actually like predicted that maybe they are big out there, so he needs to play his game with them. But then again, Sean is also playing the game. Besides that, that thing they call a ship. So I feel like Sean is really playing that game well, to the extent that he's trying to get into Wani's head. And by the time Wani realizes it, it might be too late. Because now it has drawn a lot of things about Wani, that even though Wani is in that ship, she's actually losing focus as compared to Sean. I feel like Sean is on his guard. Like, he actually knows what he's doing. And that's one thing I realized about Sean. In the house, he just spews different information about people, trying to get like reactions from them. Because when the whole TOPHER thing happened yesterday, I was wondering, I was like, how did Sean get into the situation? Then this morning, I'm watching and I realized that Sean is actually telling Wani everything that had happened. And I'm like, how did Sean come into the situation? It's two people in a relationship. I expect them to iron their issues out, talk about the age difference, whether they are with it or they're against it. But you, Sean, you instigate the matter, then you probe further by actually spreading it around the house, because now Wani knows, definitely her sister will know. I'm sure Onyeka already knows, because yesterday I heard her telling Ben that Amy just for me, and she was very happy when actually like Ben actually came, because Ben will also exaggerate the matter. That's one thing that like about Ben, because he likes talking. He's always trying to like exaggerate to make it more intense than it already is. And I feel like yesterday the conversation between Topher and Anita, in as much as they were really stressing me, I don't really know what happened. We all don't know what happened. Maybe Showmax will show it and we'll see whether he actually confirmed and told the lady that, oh, I feel like this is my age and that I'm not 29 years, I'm 24, whatever it is. But if he goes ahead to actually play that game and not actually be fully open about it to Anita, the unfortunate situation or the unfortunate thing will be that maybe he will start falling for the girl, that when he comes out, it will really hurt him or really affect him if they should break up. Because I feel like you've lied to me, not once, not twice. Because look at all, like, watching the conversation yesterday, it actually meant that he had already told the girl that he is 24 years, and that it wasn't the first time that a girl was hearing. So I think it's possible that they might have had that conversation, because going through that stressful conversation they were having yesterday, he just kept on saying that, I always keep it with you 100. I always keep it with you 100. He was trying to gaslight the girl. And I'm like, the girl was stressing. And in as much as I didn't really like some of her gestures or how she was like behaving towards the guy, she was making like, it was kind of like, I don't know, intimidating. And the guy felt very scared to actually even come out with the news. But then again, I also feel like it's better to just dead that situation in the house before it goes into something else. Because I feel like if he really did not tell the girl, this thing might become a whole big thing that it already is. Because what's wrong? I'm 24 years. Do you still like me? Okay, yes, I like you. Maybe you are 24 years. And in her situation, she says she hasn't dated anybody who is less of that age. But maybe with you, it might be different, because you guys are in a confined space. Feelings like develop so early. So what you can do is just be forthcoming with the girl. And one thing I've realized in my like with people I know, the reason why a lot of women sometimes advise you that, oh, do not go for somebody who is younger than you, according to the whole physique and whole growth, like growth things related to growth, women tend to mature earlier, and they look, so you'll find a woman and a man of the same age, but the woman looks much more mature than the man. So hence the situation why society is strongly against it. When you marry someone younger than you, especially if you're a female, you marry a guy younger than you, you might end up being 30 years, because you have gone through that whole, let me say, you have given birth. There's that whole birth, that there's something surrounding, but that makes a woman look much more older. And that is why society sometimes says that, oh, don't, as a woman, do not date someone who is way younger than you. But I mean, we are in times change. People's feelings for each other change. You can never predict who you will fall in love with, in as much as they might have it. So I feel like he should just be forthcoming with the girl. If he has not with the girl, and just tell the girl that I'm 24 years. I might have messed up because I felt like I'll lose you initially, but this is my age. If you like me, fine. If you don't like me, we move regardless. Rather than hiding and playing on the emotions of this girl, only for the girl to come out, and it will be like a story. And I feel like if he doesn't really tell this girl, it might be a really great deal when they come outside. And the last thing I think I'll speak about is TJ. To be honest, I'm tired of TJ. I think he should just go home, because I feel like sometimes he just sits down on the bean bags. Then he folds his arm around his head and sits down like the Baba Ijeyi or whatever it's called that he is. And he thinks he's so good at predicting the game. He's so good at knowing people. And I feel like he has this thing, mouth diarrhea, because any small opportunity he gets, he wants to spew rubbish about people. Yesterday, I heard him having a conversation with, was it Nelly or so, or 2 days ago, telling Nelly about how it wasn't even really good for what's the name, for what's the name, streets to evict Ndi Nne, and that's the only reason why he was even calling to be fraud. I mean, like, let's be real with each other. Like, this situation is dead and gone, and I feel like the whole birth of his twins kind of like settled the situation a bit than it actually would have exonerated. So I feel like what he should actually do is just keep quiet. We know he said it. Like, we've all decided to keep quiet about it, because I mean, like, there's some good news that can dilute bad news. That's what I'll say. So he should just keep quiet. That's if he's not going home on Sunday. Then again, I'm looking for I don't know, but this week the house has been all love and light. In as much as I don't like the whole toxic content, sometimes I feel like we should have stories, and instead of people going to sit down and address, oh, I came to you because I didn't want this thing to turn into please say your say and stop that whole sitting down and settling things amicably. This is not a family house that they'll come and sit down. No. You guys should actually like no, people are actually playing the game in that house, and I don't like the fact that people will also pass back and go and extinguish the whole situation. No. Like, we need some new I don't know. We need a new storyline. Like, it's becoming cheap. It's giving love. This week was giving Love Island. Nah, we didn't sign up. We are done with Love Island, USA and UK. Like, we didn't sign up for it. Like, I expect to see a whole different new storyline like coming up. I'm not expecting a toxic thing, because this is how the brands make their money. The brands that actually sponsor this show, they make their money out of people talking about these shows. They trend because of that. So if people come and play Love and Light, then they will make the show shut down for us, and we might not get Big Brother next year. So yeah, Glory, that's what I have. Thank you for having me. If you have any question, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, you pretty much covered most of the things we're talking about today. The question I wanted to ask you actually is for you to help me address this comment on the screen. Somebody commented that Glory that Glory could not wait for the speaker to finish to address the comments. That was so hilarious. I wanted to help me address his comments because I find it quite funny. So, what are your thoughts about that? And this conversation now, this particular one, it's stemming from what Risad said. That I did not like the fact that Kelly Ray, came with his wife to the show. He's putting her in some situations that could be tempting and terrible. That was what prompted my own response to that. And I'm just speaking based off of information I have garnered from the show. So, do you have a reaction to that?
In terms of like Double K coming with the wife?
No. So the person is saying we should leave TJ alone, like Glory, leave TJ
Yeah. We all
alone.
have family
Yeah.
dynamics. What if he's living with his wife? No. I actually didn't have any problem. I didn't really see his addition or subtraction to the show initially. So he made, honestly, I'm just being honest, Glory. Like, I just felt like he's, as you said, as you called him, Miss Goody two Shoes. Like, that is what, this is a Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Like, that is what, I was like, I don't know the storyline about this guy. I don't know the storyline you like. So Ebuka actually like picked on him on Sunday. And the guy slept all the way till, I think, until Tuesday or so. He was always in bed. It's like he had lost his appetite. He couldn't eat. He couldn't think straight. And to even make matters worse, his partner kept on saying that, oh, it's because of this thing that he said. That is what took them to bottom 4. My dear people were already, your time was almost up. Let's be honest. This is not the situation that actually, because at the reaction I was expecting to get from that whole tribal, like, thing that statement, like, it wasn't that much until Ebuka actually like addressed it. And to him, he's thinking that is what actually took them to, in terms of he leaving his wife in the house, or he leaving his wife at this like serious stage in their marriage. To be honest, if you are my husband and I'm like 8 months pregnant, and you tell me you're coming to Big Brother, honestly, I wouldn't really have it. I'm just like stating it as it is, because coming from what he has said in the show, he being very comfortable outside, to have 3 cars outside the country, especially in the UK, that is very expensive, because you need to be paying insurances on all these
Of
cars.
course.
For all you know, he bought them on credit, and if you don't have a good credit, you're not even able to purchase things in these countries. So if you have 3 cars, that means you have a good credit. Even if you bought them on
Mm-hmm.
credit, you have a good credit, and you have to finish paying one usually before you're able to, like, he should have a very good earnings or source of income to be able to even live this luxurious life, because
He said
in
every
London,
month. Sorry,
exactly,
love.
in
He said
London
every
like this.
month.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I wanted to chip this in. He
Yeah.
said every month he
Yeah.
dashes, like he gives people money for free up to 2 million naira. That
He
could
should
equate
locate
to
me.
about
He
over
should locate me.
2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, he was telling Michky, he said, that's because he saved money a lot. He's able to dash people, like give people money as gifts, up to 2 million naira, that possibly equates to over 2,000 pounds
And
or
Glory, you know the
thereabouts.
funny thing? It would have been much more understandable if I felt like he had, like, maybe he was in the creative space and he wanted to sell himself more, and in terms of
Mm,
like the content he gives out there, or what, maybe he's an actor or he's a musician, or he's like, I mean, in the creative space, like some of the other housemates. But you are a
mm,
doctor. And I feel like he likes his like career. Like, he will still go back to this full time medicine
mhm,
job. So why then do you come to a show, especially at this present
mhm,
particular moment, where you yourself claim that
exactly.
it had taken you and your wife some time to actually like give birth? I feel like
Mhm,
that alone, I'm not really buying his idea of coming. I think it was a wrong decision. But then again, he knows why he did it. But like, if I was in his wife's shoes, I don't think I'll allow my husband come there. Especially if your husband, the husband himself, has said that they had problems giving birth. Like, this is something that I would have want to see this twins with my husband being at my side, and not necessarily he coming to Big Brother to create more enemies for himself than he already has. Because some people
mm,
come to this show to like do well. Some people come to this show to actually support their already existing brand. And I think that's what he has done, because I feel like he'll become one of those housemates that we don't really hear of, because I don't really see his creative side in the house, or something that is marketable in terms of like that
mm.
whole Big Brother. I want to go,
Yeah,
I want to,
yeah.
yeah, I don't really see anything of that sort. So
Mm,
it was a
true.
bad idea, to be honest, Gloria. It was a bad idea. And
Okay. All
that
right.
is how I'll view it from. But like,
All right.
I don't know,
Thank you
yeah.
so much.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you so
yeah.
much, Akosua.
You're
Thank you so
welcome,
much for your
Glory. You're
contribution.
welcome. Have a good week. Okay.
You too. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to speak with Portia, and then after Portia, we're going to Twitter to speak with Grace and Charity. Hi, Portia.
Hello,
Hello.
Glory.
Hi, how are you?
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. You're welcome. You're welcome.
My
Okay.
twins wanted to stress me, but I'm okay now. I like what they did. The hypocrisy on these streets for me. The hypocrisy. Look at somebody like Perry that I personally fought online for, coming to write Ras is not all that deep. Perry, come on. I unfollowed him because it's so bad. Me, I'm very emotional person, so I don't like. Look, so what did they expect the twins to do? To go and say, "Oh, Ruthie, I'm hugging you, bye." No, I don't know if Nigerians you use broom. Do you use broom in Nigeria? If I was the twins, I would have gone to the kitchen, go and take broom, and then sweep them away. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I sweep you away. What kind of this thing is that? How can you insult somebody to the extent? I don't know how 30K for to talk to that two people sleep with one man for 30K. Me, I don't know. I'm a Ghanaian, so I don't really know the naira. But I wanted to ask you a question. Can they sue her? Because I don't know. Maybe they will say it's a reality show and they can say whatever they want. Because that's very, and I respected the twins, right? Knowing very well that she had a child at 16, that they never brought it out. That's why I'm supporting them. Because knowing somebody's downfall, but you didn't use it when the person provoked you, you still kept quiet, and all she was saying was, "You bitch, shut up, you bitch." I was like, "Hey, God, these people say something. You let people get us." That night, sweetheart was, I said, "God, let me go and sleep." Hey, but then the next day, they brought back the energy. They don't fake. Why would I'm not in a good time with you. Why would I get up and go and say, oh, thank you, bye bye? No, I won't do that. I'm not fake. That's what I wanted them to do. But then what I really wanted them to do was go and take broom, right? And then sweep them out of the house. Go and watch us. Even some people are saying they are coming home tomorrow. That's fine. At least one day, routine work them from home. So it doesn't matter. And then Sean, I heard you the other day. You were saying that he's friends with what's that guy's name? Oh, that Bella. Oh,
Shanks.
Bella
Shanks.
says yes, yes, yes. They are the same. They are the same character, but just that Sean is very sneaky. He doesn't do it straight away, just like Chefs will do. Chefs will just say, me, I like everybody in this house. He will go to the guy room and say, Big Brother, I love everybody in this house. But this one, he doesn't do that. He will go here, go and say, oh, this one said this about you. Have you heard about it? Look at what he's saying. But look at what he said about Wani. I'm waiting for Ebuka to call him out because this ship is not helping Honey in any way. It's rather people dragging the girl. I want Ebuka to call this guy out tomorrow because it's really how can you say that Ruthie's case is not even down yet and you go and say that her hands smell like fish. And sometimes you are a woman. Sometimes you know what I want to say. What do you think people will think about? People are saying, "Oh yeah, Ruthie." So after all, Ruthie was right. Ruthie was right. You get what I mean? It was online. People were saying that Ruthie was right, which was very bad.
Yeah.
That guy, I don't even know what they say in him. And with everyday handkerchief on his head, I don't even know what he's doing. That you go and say this, and they later come and tell you that this. And Onyeka, please, what is Onyeka doing? Every day shaking the bum bum, and then what is this? Hey, Victoria is dead. In the head, Victoria is our rival. In the head, Victoria is our rival. Look at what she was saying. I'm the most prettiest girl in this house. And then, oh God, please. Please, Gloria, I asked you a question, but you've not answered.
Please ask me again. Sorry, ask me again.
I was I was asking if the twins can sue Ruthie because I don't know. Maybe they will say it's a reality show and they were insulting each other, so they don't have the right because it's very demeaning. Like when she went and now she's saying she has regretted. No, she shouldn't regret. She should keep the same energy. She's saying she's regretted and that she's.
So to answer your question, yeah, honestly, I don't know. And I say I don't know because these housemates every season they sign a contract to participate in the show.
No.
I don't know the details of the contract. So I don't know if there's any provisions in that contract that sort of covers whatever sort of animosity they engage in the house. You understand? I don't know if it's a situation of what happens in Mecca stays in Mecca, what happens in Dubai stays in Dubai. Do you understand what I'm
Oh, okay.
saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
I
so
understand
I'm
where
not
you're
sure.
coming.
Yeah, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and for Suj, she should please allow Nelly to fight or to voice out everything. Don't everything, and then it's like as the other speaker said, it's like Love Island. Like, please, we want the thing, okay? And the Ebuka should call them out so that they can fight next week. And please, those coming for my twins, all of you can go and die. We don't care. We are us. We love it. We love it. That's what we do. We don't fake. We won't come and sit there and fake and then sit there. Oh, Ruthie, bye bye. We love you. We'll see you soon. How? You should have gone for broom, sweep them out. The next day, Big Brother can even disqualify them. At least you went home before we went home, and they are not coming out. 71 days. They are saying them bringing the money home. Whatever you guys want, they are rats, and we love them like that. Glory, bye bye.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Jesus. So I've never seen a more passionate speaker than Portia. Portia is always coming with so much energy. Anyways, thank you so much, Portia. Thank you so much. And I want to respond to something you mentioned that Ibuka should call out Sean because his ship is not good for Wani's game. Now, here's the truth here. Here's the truth. Ebuka will not call out these housemates or expose their conversations on Sunday because he is trying to save another housemate from what one housemate is doing. The fact here lies here, oh God. The fact remains that these housemates are all playing their own game, right? And with the way the season is going, people already give the housemates permission to use whatever tricks they've got in their books to get to that pot of gold. That is the winning prize. And there is nowhere that it is said that in a game like Big Brother, manipulation cannot be used, gaslighting cannot be used. We only talk about it because these are events that happen on the show and they will be discussed. So we'll talk about it, right? So what Sean is doing, Sean is playing mind games with Wanni. He's manipulating that girl, he's doing all whatnot. And the truth is, we're not really sure yet if that is the same thing that Wanni is doing. Because what we are seeing Wanni display is her very, very emotional side when she's with Sean. She's showing us her emotional side. And the thing is, people are prone to pity her faster than they would even, think otherwise. And because Sean is not the type to show emotion easily, people would always see Sean as the villain. So for me, I am not seeing Sean as the villain, to be very honest. I don't even think he's doing the villain things at all. No, I'm not seeing him as a villain yet. The people I actually see as a villain in that house at the moment are the Mbadiwe twins. And it is not in a malicious way. No. It's the way they are playing pawns, they are playing all the housemates like they are playing chess, right? But for Sean, he's playing his game. So if Ebuka is going to expose a conversation that he's involved in, I don't think he's going to be doing it because, Wanni is involved, he wants to protect Wanni. No, they are all playing their game. As far as I'm concerned, Wanni is probably also playing her own game with Sean, right? So yeah, I just thought I should say that. I mean, that's my observation. Okay, let's speak with Grace on Twitter. Hello, Grace.
Hi, Glory.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Nice
Hi, everyone.
Nice to have
thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Okay, so firstly, I'll just say about Sean, I'll just say he's a low ranger. I feel he's someone who is there for himself. He's not even there for his partner. It's also obvious from the concept. Like, he's there, he's someone who is there, for himself. He's playing his game. He doesn't think about anybody. I just feel he's not there for himself. But like you said, it doesn't make him a villain. That's the game. I just feel he's just there, in his strategy. Even in his strategy, I don't think he's envisioning his partner in that strategy. Because there was one time he was saying that he doesn't even mind if Big Brother compares them. So in his head, he's like, this is me, I'm here for myself, and myself alone, right?
Yes.
Then with Wanni and Handi. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so we Wanni, Handi, and Ruth's whole saga. So I'm not going to speak on their individual game or individual personality on the show, right? But I'm just going to talk about the issue, the rift that they had. For me, I feel the first rift that they had, prior to that rift, I feel Wanni, Handi, and Ruth were cool, at least from Wanni and Handi's end.
Yes.
They were cool. There was no side talk, and there was no side talk. I think they were cool. So I think maybe that was the shock they had on that Sunday when Ebuka said it. And I think the reason why they had that shock was probably because Ebuka used the word instigate. So Ruth is someone, for me, I feel Ruth is someone who overthinks a lot.
True.
And I know this, I'm able to, in a way, see from my own perspective, because coming from an equal overthinker. So she's someone that internalizes everything.
Yes.
You're being nice to her. She wants to know why you're being nice. She's rationalizing it. Oh, this person is nice to me. Does this person like me? Does this person... Do you understand? She's always internalizing a lot of things.
Yes.
So the statement that Ebuka said she made, which was about them being stingy,
Yes.
That was her also overthinking.
Yes.
So that was her like probably maybe thinking, these girls, why are they doing this? Is it because they are over? Is it because they are stingy? So I think it was as regards to cooking thing. So I think initially, before they started doing this communal cooking, it was people were cooking for their ships, right? So and I remember Topher and Suj, before they entered their ship or at the early stage of their ship, they were always asking Hani and Andy, Wani and Handy that please cook for me now as you're cooking for Sean.
Yes.
Cook for us too. So they were always begging for food, according to Onyeka. So I think nobody actually was really coming to roots. But I don't think that's the issue. But I feel it was just that statement about the stinginess. And sorry, the word stingy. I don't think she had said it to them. Maybe she just told them something that, oh, see, I don't like this way you did. But I don't think she used the word stingy. So probably that was what put them off guard. Like, where are you having this conversation about us because we were cool and all that? So after that show, I think they were talking to someone. I think it was either Cassia or Onyeka. But they were talking to someone at Gadi that, oh, they didn't know this girl was having these talks about, because of course the way it was put out as if Ruthie was going about telling people that they were stingy. You know, there's a way Ebuka says something and it makes it look big because you're not watching it 24/7. You as an housemate, you're not seeing things from that person's perspective. So it would think like for Ebuka to hear this conversation, maybe there are sometimes Ebuka picks conversation they say in the diary room, and you as an housemate, you think, oh, did this person gossip about me? But it's actually between the person and Biggie. Do you get my point? So it made it sound like, oh, maybe they were discussing this thing. Maybe she was discussing this thing about them to other housemates. But whereas it was probably with her partner or so. I can't remember who she was having that conversation with. So anyways, they were like telling either someone that, oh, see, I didn't even know this girl was having this beef with us, that she's not serious, so she was having beef, and we were all cool and all that. So I think that was the statement she heard, because they didn't show us when they were singing the devil, the number you're calling. But I think they showed us that part. So I think maybe that was all those things she heard that they were talking about. Maybe that's why she said, oh, call my name. If you don't, that one, it was wrong, because I would have just ignored. You just ignore and go. Like, nobody's talking to you. Just ignore it and go. But that first issue, I feel that was, she's the one that bought the fight. Like, I mean, you would have just gone. Like,
Grace.
Maybe she didn't see it as, oh,
Grace.
She didn't see stingy as a big deal, like the word stingy. But coming from Wani and Handy's point of view, they felt, oh, we are cool with you. Like, we've never had any bad attitude from you, or we've never had any beef, not small, not subtle. So we've been cool, right? So, but she probably maybe just like that. I think I've spoken about this thing with you. Like, so why are you making it a big deal? Maybe that's how she was thinking it.
Yeah.
But they were not thinking that way.
Yeah, Grace. Grace.
Fight,
Hello.
The second part.
Hello, Grace.
Yeah.
Grace, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to ask you just a quick question, so that we don't forget it. So do you also think, that the Ebuka's final words, that's Sunday night before the show ended, do you think it also inflamed the parties involved to fully have that go at each other? You know, Ebuka had said that a lot of you people are holding back, you're not letting things out, blah, 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 blah. You know, if you say something, you act like you didn't say it. You remember Ebuka's final words?
Yes. I think that also played a part. And especially also Ebuka, when she said, oh, she had said it. When she said, oh, she did, Wani and Handy did something to her. And Ebuka said, did you tell them that? So then that's when she now said, yes, she did. She remembered telling them. So I think that also added to everything. So it made it look like this was a full-blown conversation she probably had with other housemates. You get? So the twins probably saw it as you're trying to
indent our trying to put a dent on our personality. I mean, we just came into the house and we've never had any issue for you to do something like that. So that's how they saw it. And maybe she saw it that this is not a big deal, but I thought I told you. But maybe she didn't mention stingy. Oh, you're stingy. So obviously, so that stingy was for me, I feel that stingy was the whole issue. Like, why would you call me stingy? That kind of a thing. So the second fight, and if you watch clearly, for me, watching the show, she didn't talk about that fight again. From Ruthie's side, I think both parties didn't really talk about the fights. So, but from Ruthie's side, I remember throughout that week, she was mostly talking about Nelly. Nelly is doing this, Nelly is doing that. But she hardly did talk about them until that kiss issue with Mayor and everything. But Wanni and Hani kept talking about the fact that they were going to take her out. Because of course they had custody and they were going to evict her, like it's either her or street. It was an open conversation. They had it with other housemates, they had it between themselves. So of course that house is a confined space. So Ruthie didn't want a situation whereby she has to be walking on eggshell because you're going to take me out.
No, but Ruthie actually did talk about it, Gracie. Ruthie actually talked about it, but with the people in her circle, because they were advising her to go have a conversation with the twins. And so that warranted her to tell her own side of the story about what happened. So she did talk about the fight, and she kept on saying that she did not want to go and talk to them, so it doesn't look like it's because they have the power of immunity. So that's why she So she did talk about it.
Okay, so I remember that conversation. She had it with Chinwe.
Yes.
So in a way, I kind of agreed with her.
Yes.
But I felt like, again, they don't show us everything. But I know that there were also times the twins were kept on saying, oh, they were going to take her out, her streets. But either way, her outburst, for me, I felt like the outburst was bound to happen. But I felt like what she said, I'm not in support of all the things she said. All what she said was actually overboard. Like maybe that was her own way of reacting to all the pent up whatever feeling she was having.
Yes.
Like I said, she internalized things a whole lot.
Yes.
So but what I feel is if what she said, she did not say it from, how will I put it? She didn't say it from a place of
malice.
Oh, I want to defame. Yes, I want to defame these people's character. Because if she did, she would have been saying it in small gossips against them within her circle. Do you understand? That information did not come out the first fight they had. It only came out the second fight and in the heat of the moment. And now, even after she had even said so many insults, like, oh, you are smelling, change your color. So she now dragged it further and said, I know your teeth and everything. So, but I've never seen her say that information to her own circle. So I think it was an anger thing, like just came out because she was just angry. And at that point, she had already reached her breaking point that, see, I don't care, I'm going to say whatever I want to say, which, like I said, I don't support. But I didn't think people saying that, oh, she was saying it out of, she wanted to defame. I feel if she did wanted to actually defame them, if truly she has the agendas, if truly, she would have said it to maybe somebody with gossip. Like, the way everybody got to find out about Osi and Handy, that could have come out. Like, and another person also said they know themselves out of the house too. That gist could have come out that same way. I don't know if you understand my point.
So Gracie, I will tell you this for free. I'll tell you this for free, yeah? I will tell you this for free. And this is from what was shown to us on TV. That outburst, the things that Ruthie said, right? I know we are all trying to put it under the umbrella of anger, that she was angry, that's why she said what she said. But I'll tell you that it was actually premeditated. She only needed an avenue to pour out what she wanted to say. And there were two scenarios to back that up. When she was having a conversation with Mayor and Toby, she was saying this was before they had the Ruti drama. This was the day that Chinwe and Chizoba had their outburst during the checkers custard task, and then Wani had an issue with the other one, Onyeka. And then they were outside in the garden, and the family members, that's Ruti, DJ Flo, and Chinwe, they went to go and meet Wani, Sean, and Handy. And Wani said, please, I need space, give me space. That thing had really upset those girls. And Ruti was the one that really took it deep the most. So that same day, they were having a conversation. She was sitting on, was it Mayor's laps? And Toby was in front of them. I remember that day clearly. They were talking. And she said something. She said, that girl has been provoking her, has been stepping on her toes, that she knows the girl. She knows the girl very well, that when the time comes, whatever will happen. And then there was another conversation again, like, so this is something she has been cooking. Like, I have her information. She even told Mayor another time again, I know this girl. I have her gist. I have her information. If she steps on my toes again or whatever, I will do XYZ. So this whole thing was premeditated. She knew that there was going to be an altercation between them. And she had already planned that if that altercation happened, she will use the opportunity to, in quotes, expose the twin sisters. And that was why when she was upset and she was glowing hot, she repeatedly said that high pedestal or that elevation that they have put themselves, that she's going to make sure that she brings them down from that high level to show the world that they are nothing, that they are not what they are trying to portray themselves to be. Do you understand? So it's one thing to be angry. It's another thing to have a premeditated, attack in your mind. So all you're looking for is an opportunity to blow hot. And that was exactly what happened. The altercation was not planned. It happened. And so she capitalized on that because already she had a 50-50 take that, okay, I might go home. But before I go home, I'll make sure I damage these people's image. And that was exactly what she did. So on Sunday, if you notice, after the twin sisters, they opened the scroll and it did not show evict. It showed save. You could tell that she had this cocky look on her face, like, oh, you see, finally, I'm not going anywhere. Because already she probably thought that the scroll was going to contain evict only. So she was already preparing her mind to leave, right? But then when it showed save only, in her mind, she was already thinking that, okay, because of how the housemates reacted that night. If you remember that night when the fight was happening, the housemates, they were jumping up and down. Some of them, they were excited. They were like, So she probably thought that she had bought their loyalty already. Like maybe they were impressed that she put the twin sisters in their place. Because some people kept on coming to her. They were asking her, what happened? How did you know the gist? And she was like, I know now. I have their gist. So she was so confident. All right. So I'm just trying to let you know that whole thing was premeditated.
About that. I want to say something. I want to say during that fight, most people were holding Wani and she had more people on her own side. She only had Mayor in the kitchen with her. But I get your point. I get the fact that it was premeditated. But why I wanted to believe that, or why I would say, okay, maybe it wasn't really, really, really like a defamation, was because of the fact that she actually was willing to talk it out with them. Like after that first fight, when Chinwe was telling her, oh, go and speak with them, and she was like, you know what, she will not go and speak with them now until after after that Sunday night, the Sunday night. So that was why I would say so. Then I think what made her maybe change her mind was maybe the kiss with Handy that everybody was talking about, and also maybe she now felt, oh, these people are not what me speaking with, because you're trying to intentionally poke me right now. So that is it. But I get the fact that it was, of course, it was real. After their first fight, obviously she would have been reacting comebacks for them. But when next they are going to have like an altercation. So also another person I want to talk about would be Chinwe and Nelly, the Chinwe and Nelly dynamic. So Chinwe, I feel Chinwe and Nelly don't like each other, which is normal. You get to a place, and you may not everybody will rub well on you. So now for Chinwe, she owns up to it that she doesn't like her. So now my own issue is Nelly always trying to make it look like Chinwe doesn't like me, Chinwe doesn't like me. And I'm like, okay, fine. Chinwe doesn't like you. You don't also like her too. Because both of you have not even ever been in the same space. They hardly used to be in the same team like that. So they've never really had anything together aside, like, they have their own circle. This one has their own circle. So it's normal. It's normal for someone not to like you. Because everybody's there for the money. Nobody's there for you to like you.
Absolutely.
So I don't think she always keeps saying, oh, I feel like she doesn't like me, and she's making reference to the gold thing. I think Chinwe would have done that to anybody. Like, because looking at Chinwe's personality, for her to do that to her boyfriend when she had like their first drift, like the way she was going overboard, talking and talking for someone that came in with the house, like you already threw him under the bus just because of like fights you guys had. So I feel the whole gold thing Chinwe did, she would have done it to anybody. It's not because of Nelly in particular. The truth is, she had already even been shouting or ranting before Switch came to come and tell her that it was Nelly. So she would have actually done it to anybody. So it wasn't targeted at, oh, because it's Nelly. So I just feel like Nelly too should just be okay with the fact that it's not everybody that will like you. You don't also like her, because I've also seen Nelly in her own corner or in her own circle talk about Chinwe, like throw snide remarks, not necessarily talk about per se, but just snide remarks like, oh, fat ugly girl. This Chinwe in her own camp to has called that hanging ass. Hanging ass. I don't know whether both of them did their ass in the same doctor. Maybe that's why they are beating each other, because I don't get. So this one too has insulted her own ass. This one has insulted this one's ass. So I'm like, okay, what is the story behind both of you? Like I get it. You guys don't like each other. So but only talk with your chest. I don't like you. We don't get along. Yeah. So when asked her that, oh, why do you think Chinwe Sabu? She have just said, see, we don't get along. It's not Chinwe does not like me. No, you also don't like her too. So we both don't get along, and that's fine. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to always capitalize, because the truth is, in that house, if they had to put her and Chinwe together to stand up and ask the house to vote, the house will vote for Chinwe to go out, because Nelly has more alliances. Do you understand? So I'm always bothered about, why are you so bothered about Chinwe? Chinwe has own stuff with her chest that she doesn't like you. I don't like you. Stay away from me. Like, I don't like you, and she's not hiding it. So you too do your own thing and ignore her. So I don't know why you're all about, oh, Chinwe does not like me. Chinwe doesn't like me.
Okay. All right.
It's okay.
All right, thank you.
Right?
Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you so much for your great analysis. Thank you so much. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Charity, I know that this might be upsetting, but please, I want to beg you. There are so many people on YouTube that wants to speak, and there are people that have been waiting since before you came. So let's speak with one or two persons, and then we'll come back to you, please. All right, just to reduce the numbers on YouTube. All right. All right. Let's speak with Simfiwe Banda. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Can you hear me?
Hi. I can hear you. Good evening. How are you?
I'm okay.
You're welcome.
I've been following you since it's the first time talking.
Oh wow. Thank you for choosing to speak today. Thank you.
With the previous speaker, when she was talking about Nelly and Chinwe, I don't really go with her, because Chinwe is also lying. When she was talking to Big Brother, she said she never said anything about Nelly and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think they don't like each other, but they're also not saying they don't like each other. And also with Sean, I feel like when I also heard that Sean is also friends with what's his name again? Bella's boyfriend. Yes. Yeah. I was like, is he trying to play Shaq's script with how Shegs and Bella were so toxic. And I also feel like Honey and Wandy are not innocent. I also feel like they saw with Shegs and Bella, people were literally in between. Some people were saying they're in love, some people they were saying they're toxic. And also when Shegs was standing up and Bella was sitting, Bella's people would also vote for Shegs. So I also feel like they're just playing each other. And I feel like Sean is so clever. He's so clever because I also think that he sees Wani and Honey as very big competitors, and he's trying to step on them. He's trying to get them evicted. He's trying to make them fight, and he's just a gamer. And the other
Yes,
thing I wanted
absolutely.
to ask, the other thing I wanted to ask is I've been seeing with also Ozzy. I feel like those people have so much influence in the house. They're very dangerous. If people don't look at them as competitors, they will literally shoot themselves in the foot because they are very competitors. They plan everything, every single thing.
That's the game.
Yes, I feel like they're the real gamers. Them and Sean, they're the real gamers. Because Sean is even thinking far ahead if Big Brother were to unpair them. He's literally thinking far ahead. Yes. And also with Honey, with Ruti, last week when Ruti was getting evicted, when they were standing up, I literally thought Ruti was gonna fight with them because I literally thought she was gonna say, I'm going out anyway. Big Brother's not gonna disqualify me. I literally thought she was gonna fight. But a
That
fight
would
is
have
a
been
fight,
fun.
no matter. Yes, I was wishing they would literally fight, but they didn't. But a fight is a fight. Like you can't say this person didn't say this. I feel like they are all fine. And yes, thank you, Glory. I said everything I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so
Yes.
much. Yeah. And in regards to what you said about Sean, I wanted to add this to it that this thing about the Big Brother game, right? It could either go two ways for these housemates. You could either be liked by the housemates, and then you gain longevity in the house by virtue of the alliances that you've formed, right? And so your alliances could take you to the top, but will you win the game? Will you win the show? That's one question. And then there's also the likeness of the viewers, which is actually the most important, because the likeness of your housemates and alliances could give you longevity. You could stay till the end of the season, but it is the likeness or love of the viewers that will help you win that money. And that's the difference between Sean and Victoria's game. Victoria is not as, in quotes, smart as Sean is, like in terms of playing the game, but she's got the love of her fans. Sean, on the other hand, is earned a few allies in the house, and those allies, with the way things are going, it's looking like they are helping him to stay longer in the game, right? And but then the difference there is that he does not necessarily have the love of the viewers. And so if push comes to shove, that Big Brother ends up splitting the pairs, I foresee a situation where Victoria will stay longer to the finals and Sean would leave even before her. And that's going to be a shocker for Sean.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. All right. Let's speak with Ini Sadiq, and afterwards, we're going to speak with Charity on Twitter. Ini, where have you been? Where have you been? I thought you abandoned your community people. This is your village.
Is Nigeria the economy smiling at you? It's not funny.
You abandoned
people like us. You are seeing Shege through exchange rate. So it's not funny at all. I come on live. I came late last Saturday and I was like, I couldn't join. It was really late. So today I said, even if it's 5 minutes, let me say something. And please permit me, let me go straight to Ruthie.
Okay.
Any young girl that has that girl's mindset is set for a shocker of their lives. You don't go low like that. And the stupid show she's going on, she cannot build any solid relationship outside Big Brother. Why will I invite Ruthie to my game? I'm doing something. You know how their industry is. You bring Ruthie in, Ruthie will see something about you, Ruthie will come and spill it to the whole world. She is not going to enter that circle. If I'm someone like her and I wanted to be smart, I would have played a game of making those girls bond with DJ Flo. I'll be telling them DJ Flo is you guys are 3 Plateau. I'll be pinning DJ Flo on them so that DJ Flo will use that to get gigs when she gets out. I don't care what you see. Maybe she's a learner. This is Nigeria. It's a dog eat dog. If you don't eat, you're going to be eaten. How they get their gifts is none of her business. We women, we like to share each other on bottom power. May she use her own now. She don't get her own. She has been in Lagos since. She not use her own bottom power. I'm not supporting any bullshit. But don't come on live. I listened to her. I wanted to follow up on this thing. I followed up with her and Ebuka. She telling Ebuka is a hearsay. Hey, I know their gist now. Are you mad? Why didn't she attend a secondary school, like girls' secondary school? They will give her the beatings of her life first, so that she knows that. Come out. You know that there's something they used to say when we were younger. They'll say, "Go and call that girl out. Later, come and say what she said she hate."
Yes.
Do you know that phrase?
Yes.
If they had beaten her like 3 times, you know that you don't go by on hearsay to shade someone. What they were saying to her was bitch, this, that. It was absolutely normal. They did not go low. Then 2, how did she manage to have a child at a tender age? She has not come out with any story of assault. So as far as I'm concerned by now, if nobody has assaulted her for her to have that child, then she is the lowest of the low. How do you shade people when you know that your hands are dirty? Like you have palm oil in your hands and you're trying to shade other people. Ruthie was just being nasty. I don't care what she says. Then I'll move on to Chinwe. I wrote it on one of your comments. I said, Chinwe is the 4th Chinwe I've met and she's the number 4 liar. I don't know if all Chinwes are baptized to be liars. This Chinwe lies like a clown. Like, she lies to a point that I was so angry that day I was home. Zion. I just said, Zion, you deserve Chinwe. Zion was saying, hey, big brother, yes. What are you supporting? At least you would have just kept quiet and let her make a fool of herself. Big brother had to say, Zion, were you there? That is when he realized that he's being stupid. He now kept quiet. Chinwe is someone that will wake up and say, did you read Trails and Booms?
Yeah.
You know, when you start imagining yourself marrying one of those boys. Chinwe lies. Yes, Chinwe lies like that. She lies and feels, you know, when you lie for a long time, you start believing that 7 p.m. is 7 a.m. And you try to convince other people and they are trying to tell you no. Till when they bring the video evidence, because if they bring picture, you can still deny with someone like Chinwe. Till they bring a video evidence, and I bet Chinwe will still deny that it's AI, is not her. That is how Chinwe lies. I heard your speaker saying she did not mean to say that thing to Nelly. She meant every single word. I am not defending any clown. I am not a hypocrite. You see those things those girls did to Ruthie going out. That South African girl said she should have used a broom. Yes, they should have used a broom and a mopping stick and mop her out of the house. Even if those girls are going home tomorrow, which I know they are not, those girls do not deserve one single thing Ruthie did to them. You see, Sean, his karma is coming in front. And I hope those girls too are playing games with him. Because if they are playing games with him, outside this house, they're going to dump him like a pack of cards. They don't need him to go anywhere. Like that day, when Ruthie actually abused them, that's when I went to their page to see, okay, who is WANNIxHANDI, who are there? Because my 5 in the house is Ozumba boys, Abi Mbadiwe twins. They are my age mates, so I can relate. When I hear people saying Big Brother is boring this year, no, it is not.
It isn't.
Some of us, we are not used to bad boards. Somebody must not fight like Ruthie before you enjoy a game. Go and sit down, listen to live games. See how people manipulate life. Kelly Ray said something the other day. He said, there is a way he explained it to the wife. I won't go in word for word, but people need to watch this game and leave violence out of it. We don't need violence anymore. It's not sweet anymore. I'm tired of wars between fan bases. I'm tired. It's toxic. It's not sweet. Let people come in. There is a way you can jam heads together without lifting your hands. And as for the game Onyeka is playing, I'm sorry for Onyeka. I heard her say they tried to poison her on one of her this thing that she was saying. If this is the lifestyle Onyeka lives outside this house, let her not be eating outside. That's all I can advise her. Glory, I don't have anything to tell these children, please. I was here to see your beautiful face.
Thank you so much. You know, I intentionally did not add Onyeka's story to the conversation today because it's been me and Onyeka's fans all week. And I am not just ready for that kind of unnecessary drama. Yes, but I see what you mean right there. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Okay. Let's quickly move on to Twitter and speak with Charity. And then after Charity, we come back and we speak with David and the rest. Hello, Charity. Hi.
Sorry, Glory. I just wanted to tell you something. Please, I want to drive home. I've literally been waiting in the office for me to just drop this. Charity, please, can I just speak a little, please? Please, I'm begging.
Sorry, hold on. Let Charity. Guys, please hold on. Charity has been waiting. So please hold on. Let's hear from Charity, please. All right. Charity, because I don't even know who was talking. Charity, are you ready to speak? Charity? Hello, Charity. Are you ready to speak?
Hello, Glory. Yes, but the person said she was in a hurry also. Can we allow her speak then?
Okay.
I don't even know the person.
Okay,
she said she.
So I just needed your permission. Were you the one? Are you the one that said you've been in the office since?
Yes, I said I just want to drive home now. So like I'm trying to. I'm already close. I've been waiting to like speak. You know, it's me, Ezi Beke.
Okay, Ezi. You know what? Because
yes, ma'am.
Sorry, your background is so noisy. So here's what we're going to do, Az. Because you've actually spoken before, I just want to beg you to make it brief, all right, so that we can allow other people that have not spoken before to share their own opinion, all right? So I'm unmuting you now. Please carry on.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I just quickly wanted to address something. You know, somebody came up here, I think it was from YouTube, and the person was like that somebody said in the comment section that some people are senseless and this and that. Anyways, you've already addressed that. Well, I feel like people are entitled to their opinions.
Yes.
You know, like you said. And whatever it has to do with your faith, every other person is automatically senseless because they are not speaking to your tune. They are not dancing to your tune. They are not saying things that you want to hear. And I'm not sorry if you feel that way, because I base my trust and judgments and I make my decisions based on what I believe is right. All right, and whatever your faiths are giving us as materials is what we are going to work with. So just get ready. As long as they're in that house, we are going to talk about it, because that is what we see. We have different perspectives, but that doesn't mean anybody lacks common sense. In fact, you're the one that lacks common sense because you don't understand and you base your feelings on emotions. You people are so entitled to emotions, and that is why you drag some of these bloggers when they air their opinions. It's not even about opinions, it's about what they see. So you guys should stop with the stupid emotions you guys put out there. I don't even know if the thing was directed at me anyways. It could be directed at anybody. Coming to say this because the person is not dancing to your tune because it's your fave, that's bullshit. Then I also wanted to say something. Somebody was saying in the comment section they should leave TJ alone. I don't know when TJ is still having fans, so God, I beg you. Anyways, congratulations to him. Then talking about the pregnancy stuff. To be honest, if I am almost due for labor and I don't see my husband in that labor room, well, we are calling that wedding off. But anyways, I be the marriage off. But anyways, people are indifferent about their decisions and everything. Probably he went there for popularity. Even the popularity said he will see. But moving on, anyways, this whole slut shame, whatever, I think we've, talked about it enough, and they've really, given us your submissions, and everybody has spoken about it. But I'm still going to maintain my stance in this, right? Okay. They both slut shamed each other. Somebody came up from YouTube and the person said, I can tell you, they give, you see, they touch you for Toto, still happy, this one, that one. Hello? You can tell me that as a friend, and I will see it as a joke. Not when I have a beef with you. God damn, that is fucking slut shame.
Language.
Unbiased. Let's stop being unbiased for crying out loud, you guys. Please, all sins are equal. No matter how big it is, in front of God, all sins are equal. You can call me one big sin and I'll call you one small sin. Does not make it look like yours is bigger than my own. That is how you guys are saying it. Yes, we said a lot of impeccable things about the twins. But the truth still remains, they started it first. And whatever they got, they deserve it. Everybody should stop this hypocrisy on these streets. I, for one, I am not a fan of Ruthie. I would never be. But the fact that they said those things to her, and she came back, one for one, aura for aura. Make una calm down with these emotions you are attaching to this whole BBN phantom. It's crazy. And the people talking about suing, if she sues them, I mean, if they sue Ruth whenever they come out, Ruth self will sue them because the clips are there. Let's not be acting as if we have amnesia. And this song matter, it go reach everybody. Shebi when song was with WANNI, people say everybody, make una calm down now, one by one, make una calm down. Then Kelly Ray complaining about the wife and touching housemate or whatever, but he is free to dance. Sometimes I don't understand. Like, I came with my wife on the show. You told people that nobody knows if the guy people are married. So I don't see why you should not allow her be free, the same way you are free rocking girls in the club. The boy said I touched the nipple. He was not even conscious about it. So what is the flaming up on the timeline for this one? That one, Cassia should not do this. People should stop limiting women to what they can do for crying out loud.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Women, they have equal rights, please.
All right.
So that's just it. Then finally, talking about Jerry, talking about Chinwe and Nelly. Everybody will agree that they don't like themselves. But I like what Nelly did on that other eviction show, right? She said it point and plain. I understand that Nelly is not a confrontational person. She prefers to talk her things and then keep it moving. But Chinwe will keep saying things. They've said things about themselves anyways. I'm not even going to be, partial here. They've said things about themselves behind, but then the eviction show just cleared it. But still, Chinwe is still trying to, get back at Nelly. Whatever is a wager show, whatever, she'll be lying down and doing that just to poke her. But I like how the girl is handling it. That's classy and all. Then finally, all the shifts in the house, it could be strategy, it could be that they are real, it could be that they are loving themselves, whatever they have. Let's just enjoy the show and keep it moving. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Izzy. Thank you so much for sharing your opinion. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to speak with David right now. There seems to be some chaos in the comment section. And Z, you are at the center of it all. Like, what's the issue? Do you want to speak? If you want to talk, click on the link so that you join and share your opinion. Why are you terrorizing people? And I'm seeing comments directed at me. Come on, it's not necessary. If you want to share your opinion, click the link, all right? Okay, let's speak with David. Hi, David.
Hi, Glory. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're welcome. How are you?
All right, thanks. good to have you have us here. Z has been in the comment section. Let me just start with Z. And I'm happy you actually addressed it. I don't know if it's a he or she. Someone has to help
Mm,
me out, right?
mm,
He or she wants to speak. You're exactly correct. And we are trying to, he or she has some things in the chest that she wants to talk
yeah.
about Victoria, right? So it looks like, let me just say she for now. I don't know if it's a he, right? It looks like she
Mm-hmm.
has some things she knows about Victoria that she believes she wants to set the record straight. And that if she sets the record straight, then maybe our perception of Victoria is going to change. So I don't know. She's now all of a sudden at the very last moment, she's now developing cold feet. So hey, she said something about mental health. So I don't know. She's working it out. Let's put it that way. But I know most people in the comment section actually want her to come out and talk. That's the fact, right? So Z, if
Mm-hmm.
you're hearing, if you said you're scared, no one is going to come after you, Z. Just come out and say what you have to say. Um, Ginika, Ginika was here before me, actually, Glory. So Ginika
Oh,
actually came. Ginika, I think Ginika was kicked out. So I don't know if you want Ginika to go before me or Ginika if you want me to go now.
oh, I, I'm so sorry about that, Ginika. I mean, on my screen
Yeah,
here, I'm seeing David,
I know,
I'm seeing
Glory, I know.
Asma. Yeah,
So
the
Ginika, if you
arrangement is
want Ginika
different
to
on
go,
my
that's
screen.
fine with me. Ginika can go first. That's fine.
Okay. I mean, Ginika, if you're up for it, Ginika, are you ready to speak?
Yes, Glory, my phone is almost dying.
Oh my God, I am so sorry. The lineup here is completely different on my screen. You are actually the last on my screen, and David is saying otherwise. I'm so sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
I was there for a while, then I got a call. I actually dropped you a message, but I don't know if you saw it.
No,
So,
I did not. So sorry. So sorry. You're
okay.
welcome. You're welcome.
Hi,
Please carry on.
Glory. Thank you so much. And the guy that said I should go first, you're a darling. I love you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay. Um, oh my God, I had a lot to say, but I'm actually out of the house. Okay, first things first. I want to talk about TJ and his situation coming to the house when your wife is heavily pregnant for twins.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, my husband no go cross gates. But me, I don't know the situation between him and his wife. I try as much as possible not to comment on other people's marriages because, like, you don't really know. The wife might be where she is and be like, "Oh, you guys were fine. Please take a
Mm-hmm.
chill pill, and be happy." Maybe she has a great support system around her, and she allowed her husband to go. Because yes, she allowed her husband to go. We're
Mm-hmm.
not going to pretend and say, oh, she has no right to stop him. She does have a right. So she allowed her
Mm-hmm.
husband to go for the show, and she's good with it. So no, we can't drink paracetamol for another person. So whatever it is that they plan to do is fine. If he wants to be in the house, it's fine. For me, or him having 3 cars and giving people 2 million, her glory. We're Nigerians. For me, I'm saying Lamba. I mean, I'm sorry for other people that don't understand, but I mean,
It's capped. It's capped.
yeah, yeah. So, me, I don't know about that, but I mean, for their own marriage situation and his wife having twins, big congratulations to them. But I can't comment on. I can't comment on his marriage. I'm sure they're good. Whatever it is that they've agreed, they are good. They're fine. So that's it.
Mm, mm,
Then I want to talk about Ruthie. Everybody's talk about Ruthie and the twins. For me, right?
mm-hmm.
Um, Glory, this is a show. And the day you analyze that first fight, that Ruthie, Glory, you told us that Ruthie did not say anything, that you expected more from her. Then she now gave us more. And I mean, oh my God. And she now gave us more, and he's like, we can't even handle it. Let's be careful what we wish for, Glory. Let's be careful what we wish for.
We actually handled it in this community. We found it
Yeah,
funny, right? But then people chose
exactly.
to now. Make a mountain out of. Oh my God.
See those people saying fight and classy, I be classless. Is there anything like classy fights? I don't understand. Is there anything like classy fight? Is it like that Bobrisky kind of fight? I don't understand. I don't get it. This is a fight. There's nothing. There was someone that came to say you can't put class and fight in the, and I'm of that school of thought too. You can't put the moment you are fighting, you are already classless. So you can't put fight and class together. But the thing is, why we're not even going to like label it classy or not is because this is a show. And it's what we signed up for, a show. So I don't see, well, for me, Sha, I always feel like people carry these things on their heads too personally. Because I don't know why you're bringing class into a fight. It's not the moment you decide to fight, and I mean that's what they're supposed to do is a show. If they're not fighting, we're going to be bored out of our minds. So yeah, they did good. Just like you said, it's a case of two fighting. And the twins said theirs at the beginning. And we were even like Ruthie saying, "Of come on, Ruthie, we expected more and everything." But this Ruthie's own that she now dropped. For me, if that when she came out of the house, she said, "Oh, I said it out of anger," I'm sure would have been able to just give it a pass. But now she's now saying in interviews that I know them, yeah, I know their story and all that. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. I mean, she said what she said, and if it had ended at that, would have Ruthie, you gave a good fight. Yes, you dropped the bomb and you left the house. And then the maturity there is now when you come out of the house, you just, try to douse things down so that you guys can be on a level playing field when you come out of the house. But if the twins come out and they see stuff like that, it will be like, what happened in the house did not end in the house, or yeah, let's maintain the energy. So for me, right, I always felt like Ruthie had a problem. I feel like she was this vindictive person that would always say, "I will do you back. I will do you back." And I'm like, what's all that? She says she's a chef, and then she cooks for people, and the reason why people don't even like her food is because she's not cooking with love. Glory, I'm not a chef, but I love to cook, and I love it when people eat my food. Like, it makes me happy when my husband screams at me sometimes, say, "You cook food, we bought things, don't give people our food." Oh yeah, I love to cook, so I love to give out food, and I won't get upset if maybe I'm giving somebody food and the person not giving me food. In fact, don't even give me your food. I don't like eating people's food, but I love it when people eat my food. So I don't know how you would say, "Oh, I'm a chef," and then you are angry about issues arising from food, because this whole thing, the crux of it is man and food. Is it really enough? Is it really enough to now start dirtying the whole place?
Yeah.
It's really not. It's really not. All these interviews outside the house gives the housemates opportunity to right some of the wrong narratives that arose from when they were in the house, because you really don't know what you're doing in the house. It's like you're on stage and you are in front of a whole number of people, and then you have to perform. You just pray that, God, let my performance be great. But then when you come out and people are telling you this is what you performed, then those interviews are actually a way to just, at some point I felt like, Glory, you're really making these twins look like a victim. But when I now heard that she came out of the house and she was saying, "Yeah, I know their story," no. And then, Glory, I don't think you should I don't know, it's your platform, or you can do whatever you want to do with it, but um I don't know. Maybe it might be a good thing to bring the twins on to come and right the wrongs, because I mean, Ruthie is already stamping her own in the faces in the hearts of people. But I don't know. I just feel like he's maybe victimizing them because they also have their faults. I don't know. I stand to be corrected.
No,
But
for me, For me, Ginika, for me,
Yeah.
it's not even about their fights. I think I've said this over and over again that
Yeah.
two fighting. This one attacked, this one attacked, they reciprocated the energy. But for me, my major concern is the body odor part. Tacha faced that thing
Mm.
and she carried that stigma for years. Do you
Oh my God,
understand?
it was so bad for Tacha.
Exactly. Even till date, if there is
Hmm.
maybe a conversation on Twitter or maybe any other
Mhm.
social media platform, you will just see somebody like a blast from the past to just come. Is it not you that they said you're smelling? Do you understand? And
Mm.
it's not a
Mm.
nice thing to say because no matter how much this girl has achieved in life after the show,
Mhm.
there's still that stain on her white. Do you
Mm.
understand? And
Mm.
she's a
Mhm.
woman, for Christ's sake. She's a woman. If you accuse a man of having body odor, it doesn't carry as much weight as when a woman is, labeled to smell like that. You
Yeah.
understand? And
Mhm.
then she did not just say they have body odor, she also said that they are private parts. It also stinks. So it's a
Oh my
lot. You
God.
understand? So it's not about
Oh.
victimizing these girls. No, I'm not even doing that. I mean, from my analysis, I've said things that they do in the house as well, but it's about giving these people a platform to say
To
their own
say
side
their
of the story.
opinion.
Exactly. It's
Mm.
the same thing that happened when Pere had a situation with Alex, and
Mhm.
it's an opportunity for you to come and tell your own side, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, for me, I don't really care about the fight itself. They fought, they had the altercation, it happened. It was the people that now brought the classless into the situation that became the problem, you
Oh
know.
no.
Yeah.
No, in fact, you're not even supposed to be giving them any audience because what is class in inside fights? It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make
Oh,
any sense.
the comment section
Then,
of my videos have seen days. They've seen
girl, you know
days.
how this thing goes now. With BBnaija, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know
My
how
God.
people take these
Hmm.
things too personally. I have a lot on my plate to be taking other people that are lounging and eating big meat and tuna in the house. And come on. I can't even. I don't have the energy. Gloria,
Hmm.
I also wanted to ask you for a favor before I run off, please. Can you please say a thing or in one or two nice things about Onyeka? She's not all that. She's not all that bad.
I do. So I do. See, here's the thing, yeah. Maybe sometimes I sprinkle too much sarcasm in some of my
Mhm.
reviews, especially on Twitter, right? And
Okay.
some of our fans don't know how to take it. I have said this several times, even right from week one, that Onyeka was one of the first housemates to start playing a very, very smart game. I
Yeah.
analyzed it. I don't know
Mhm.
if you remember. I analyzed it.
Mhm.
And I've been saying it that the reason why this girl did not go home in week one is because of the alliances that she formed in that first week. And it is those
Mhm.
alliances that have been keeping her in the house till now, aside viewers voting. She's playing a
Yeah.
very sneaky game. She's playing mind games, and it is a fantastic strategy. I've said it. The only thing I said that her fans do not like, that they want to kill me over, is where I said that Onyeka is obviously having also suffering from delusion of grandeur. That thing that she does where
Mm.
she goes around the house telling all the guys that, oh, I think I'm a threat to your sheep. Oh, I think your
Oh,
girlfriend is jealous of my body. For me, I see
ew.
it as delusion of grandeur. Yeah. Oh, you haven't heard her say it?
I'm not though.
And she goes around the house and she tells the guys, like, oh, like now, current situation is between she, Sean, and Wani. Oh, and Wani feels insecure, this and that, that and that. I think I'm not going to be your friend anymore. So it's a game she's playing, right? But then it is the way her fans are twisting the whole thing. Oh, she's the sexiest girl in the house. Oh, she's the most beautiful girl in the house. Oh, she's a this.
No.
So while she's hammering it in the house, her fans are hammering it on the outside. And from my observation, I'm thinking, well, what I see is someone that's suffering from delusion of grandeur. She thinks
Mm.
she's better than all the girls. She thinks all the girls are beefing her because, according to her, she's got a big booty. She didn't do BBL. That's what she said by herself. So I'm thinking, well, if you're not delusional, why would you think someone like TOPHER, that is obviously obsessed with Anita, would prefer you to do you understand? So it's not about whether Glory said something bad about Onyeka. No, it's about how she is portraying herself on the show. That is what she's doing. From day one, Onyeka has been, from day one, she's been the first housemate that's been talking about snail, objectifying the private part of the female. Oh, I'll eat your snail. I'll eat your snail. You should. She will tell this guy, eat that snail. Eat that snail. She's the one objectifying the females in the house. She's the one doing all these things by herself. The only thing I am doing is I am pointing out what she's doing. And just typical of her fans, they don't like it when you point out what their faves are doing.
Exactly. Onyeka is a great girl. She's a very sweet girl. I just feel like dirty talk. I can't stand it. I don't know how people do it, but I just feel like she should switch it up a bit, and then she should try to look nice. Sometimes she's always wearing black, and it's annoying. Sometimes when I see her dressed, I'm literally screaming at my TV, "Black again, black again! Why you dressed like this?" Yeah, even if it's couple man, I mean trendy dressing, but she's always wearing black. She's a sweet girl. She can switch things up a bit and look nicer. But I mean, all of that, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't
Like
even
I
care
said,
about
I'm not
what
going to take it
she wears.
personally.
Yeah, I don't care about what Onyeka wears. In fact, all the housemates, I don't care about what they wear because, to be honest, it's not easy to shop for 71 days. And in those 71 days, you're probably changing outfits twice a day. It's a lot of investment. So I don't even see what they wear. What I see is their game. I don't see their body. I don't see their emotion. It's the game that they are playing that I'm seeing. And as far as I'm concerned, Onyeka is one of the smartest housemates. It's established. I've said it before, and it doesn't change. But when we talk about a housemate that is very delusional, Onyeka is very delusional. And it's not even caps. She's very delusional.
Yeah.
She is. So,
Yeah, and as an analyst, I mean, you need to say it as it is, Glory. I
of
really do
course.
appreciate you. Like I've said it before, I usually come on live like once or twice every season. In fact, I'm just one of those silent people. So at every moment when I come online, I must give you your flowers, Glory.
Thank you so
Amazing
much.
things that you do. Like I said, me, I cannot analyze to save my life. I can't. So, I mean, what you do is great. It's amazing. Well done, Glory.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you so much for coming. And say hi to your baby. I can hear your baby's voice in the background.
Yeah. It's here.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much. Yeah.
All right. All right. Okay. David is going to speak now, but I just want to say this. I had to put Z on timeout. I've said this before, guys. Please attack the conversation, attack the argument, but please refrain from attacking the speakers. It is unacceptable here. Please. Z, I don't know what Z was going on about before, but attacking a speaker, that is completely unacceptable. Please. All right. David, you're welcome back.
Hey, hi, Glory. Yeah, thanks for having me back.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to keep it short, right? So I'll just address three different things, right? So
Okay.
in this order, the pregnancy issue between the the Zinwe pair, the
Yeah.
pregnancy issue, the age consent, TOPHER, that age issue, ageism, and all that in
Yes.
relationships, and then the class issue, classless versus class, Ruthie and the
Yeah.
twins, right? So let
Mhm.
me start with the pregnancy issue, right? Let me put a disclaimer out there, right?
Mm.
I'm a medical doctor, right? So I'll be speaking from that angle, right? So um, if someone is pregnant, right? I mean, in
Mhm.
gynecology, in obs gynae, it takes, I mean, you know, when you miss your first period, that's when you know that, okay, something is wrong. 60% of females, they'll find out 5 to 6 weeks after conception that they're
Mhm.
pregnant, right? I mean, there's always going to be that 10 to 15% that will find out 2 weeks after they had the conception. So fertilization now, right? So, um, and all the telltale signs of morning sickness, bloating, nausea, and all that. It doesn't just show up. Everyone is different. Every pregnancy is different, right? So it's possible. I mean, they displayed sexual intercourse on TV. If we want to go by if you want to do the timeline and do the maths, right, it does not really add up. It doesn't add. That's what I'm going to, right? It's probably unless it happened prior to the day coming in there, or she's just one of that 10% that shows up earlier, right? But the only way you can know for a fact at this point in time is do a pregnancy test. Just do a pregnancy test. So Big Brother will have the kit. I mean, the blood test is faster, picks the pregnancy earlier than the urine test, and so they can do a blood test for her and know for a fact and put all that to rest, right? I mean, actually, the onus is on Big Brother. If he doesn't want to have a grandchild, right? If he wants to know if he has a grandchild or not, he needs to know. I mean, it's good for him, right? And if she's in the first trimester, really, that's it. That's a 10 years time. You don't want to have any. That's when things happen. First trimester is when you can lose your baby. You can have some deformities. Deformity years. So they really need to know. And this is a message to production. They need to know if she's pregnant. This is not even for jokes now. Like, if she's pregnant, they need to find out that if she's pregnant or not. And if she's pregnant, there are some things they have to start doing. She has to be on multivitamins. She has to be. I mean, if you don't want folic acid and all that, so you don't want to have a child that has some problems with the brain growth and all that. So they need to know. They need to fix that out. And the best way of doing that is a blood test. It takes 2 weeks later before a pregnancy test shows up, right? When I mean show, I mean that the test will be positive and to tell you are pregnant, right? Science can be you can't go by science. That's a problem there, right? So science can tell you, some females will tell you that the signs they have when they're having their ovulation or when they're having their menstrual cycle, the menses, is somewhat similar to what some females actually feel when they're pregnant. So you can't go by symptoms. You literally have to do the blood test or the urine test, as case may be. On the issue of age, right? My response is just it's as simple as this. People should mind their business. So I know it's not what some people want to hear, right? So I don't have a if a 75-year-old guy wants to date an 18-year-old girl, well, people are going to raise eyebrow about that, right? But what two consenting adults do is none of my business. So it's just like it's the concept that the guy has to be older than the female. That concept in a relationship and by extension in a marriage, right? If they get married, that concept was handed over to us over time, right? Either culturally or religiously, there's this belief that the guy should come first. When they say come first, they're talking about age. But the truth of the matter is, it's not always like that. And you have to mind your business. What I mean is, it's not my place if two people living down my street want to date themselves, and if one of them is 10 years apart, even if the female is older than the guy by 10 years, well, how is that going to change what my perception is? My perception. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. So I'm actually literally saying I'm neutral on that issue. My neutrality, though, I throw it out of the window when two things happen. Number one, if I find out that there's some force, someone is trying to cajole the other person into, they are not consenting. It's not really mutually consenting, right? So someone is trying to use, maybe they have money or they have fame or they have some advantage over the other person, and that's why they are cajoling that person to date them, right? It doesn't matter if it's the male that is older than the female or the female older than the male. That's where I have a problem with, right? You cross the line when you do that. And of course, I just used an example now. I mean, who on this platform will be comfortable with an 85-year-old male, a female or male, dating a 19-year-old male or female? I mean, that gap is damn too much, right? There's still, even though I said, I'm not contradicting myself. So even though I said that I mind my business, at some point in time, we have to say the truth, right? We don't know. They say age is a number, but will you say age is a number when the guy is 85 and is trying to get married to a 20-year-old lady? You probably will not say age is a number at that point in time. I don't know where they draw the line, though, whether it's 10 years, 5 years, the gap between both genders and all that. But I'll say The best way of approaching that thing is we should just mind their damn business, right? It's not my I'm not the one in that relationship. So I don't know why they got into the relationship to begin with, right? It might be transactional. I don't for all I know, right? As long as it's consensual, right? Now the issue of class, right? This is going to be this is between the twins and Ruthie, right? I think this is probably the one of the contentious issues today, right? So most people have varying opinions, right? You know, when people when when someone comes to you and says things in front of the TV, like in front of live, like in front of you, you can't let it slide. That's the truth, right? Because you're also in front of the same platform where somebody maligns your character, assassinates your character, is the same platform you have to correct it. You see, because if you call me out openly, don't come secretly and try to say I'm sorry. You have to tell me I'm sorry openly too, right? So if I have a chance, if you're trying to assassinate my character, so to speak, and you say it on live TV, and then you don't give me a chance to talk back, then that means I'm accepting what you're saying. That's the meaning, right? Well, and I don't want to accept it because it's not true. So it's funny. Both parties are wrong. I'm serious. Both parties are wrong, but one is probably more wrong than the other, right? That's what's happening here, right? Both parties are wrong because what Ruthie said, when you begin to say things that you are not there, like I remember I tweeted I during the chat and earlier in this like 3 hours ago, I put something up and I said, was she there? And I think you talked about it. Was she there when they were having a threesome? Like, how did you all those things as accusations that she levied against the twins? She better have proof, right? Because she's not just saying it at the back of nowhere, talking to someone at home. She's saying it in front of national TV, right? So if you don't know, why did you say it? Why are you saying something that you don't know? So hearsay, that is really, really bad. So that's where Ruthie's issue is, right? If they poke you, right? Some people in the comment section were saying that, oh, Ruthie, we don't know the whole story. The twins have been poking Ruthie for days. Well, it's Ruthie's. Even if they are poking you, right? You decide how you want to respond to it, right? You don't have to respond by saying by repeating hearsay that you yourself have not confirmed, right? So now you're actually putting fear to the light that does not really exist, right? That's Ruthie's flaws there, right? So she used and that she has more of the blame, right? Now you cannot the saying that someone brought out about that Glory said this in the past when you bring a knife to a fight, blah blah, you can't say what the other person will say about it. Now let me to break that down in a different way, right? If someone tells you let's fight, right? And you don't know who's going to win the fight. You don't really know who's going to win the fight. So if they come to you, you have to think of before you come back to them. And this is where between this is where I'm trying to struggle in my mind how to characterize how the twins behave without sounding like someone who is trying to be very truthful, like very that I don't make mistakes myself, right? Um, Remember, the twins also know they're in front of national TV, right? And I know that they have to correct the notion. So is there a way you correct a wrong notion without appearing like you are petty? Is there actually a way you can do that without sounding like you are trying to you can even gain more fans if you correct the people will say correct in love, but you still have to correct the notion that Ruthie said. Now, the moment I agree with you that when people nominate housemates in the past, right, and they are going out of the house, and all of a sudden the same person that nominates you now be like, oh, I didn't know you were gonna go. Well, you knew. That's why you nominated the person, right? So the issue now for the problem I had with twins. Now, believe me, the twins they have to respond. They have to respond somehow so that that defamation does not stick with them, right? But the question is how after you've been so Ruthie has been evicted, right? So the moment Ruthie was evicted, what the twins did, if you're on the floor, right? If someone is on the floor, there is no need to kick the person who's on the floor already. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like it's it's I think it's Michelle Obama that said, when they go low, we go high, right? You don't need to kick someone that's on the floor already. Like you don't there's no extra gain to you. You won't gain a new fan if you do that. Like you're not going to grow your fan base. Some the people that like you, and to win this show, you need to grow your fan base, right? So if all you're doing is you're keeping the people that you have, they like you because they like the twins because they like what they do, what they bring, and all that. But that fan base may not be enough to win the show. So for the twins, they need to expand their fan base. And I don't know if that action alone they did actually expanded their fan base. That's what I'm saying. You have to look at it from a different angle, right? There's some clouds. There's some I don't want to use the word class, but there's something about you're better than that person. You don't rub it on their face. You've already made your passed the message across. You just walk away. It's tough, but it's possible. It's possible. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I actually do. I have two questions actually. So, one is about the Chinwe one, and then this one. So,
Okay.
about if the twins' actions expanded their fan base or not. So, there is the section of viewers that did not like what they did and called them classless. And then there was the other section of viewers that literally pledged their support for the twins. Now, why did they did that? And why did they do that? For them, that was the first time they were seeing such a thing on the Big Brother Naija show, and
Correct.
it was thrilling for them. It was refreshing for them, and they loved it. Why? Because of what I said before. Housemates always pretend when a fellow housemate is evicted, when they were the ones that nominated the housemate. One. Then, secondly, oh, the twins, if the twins had been quiet, then it means that they were cowards. So the fact that they were able to still keep up that same energy and did not rush to go and hug the Ruthie. And so for them,
Like
for them, it translated to be that the twins kept the same energy till the end, right?
Correct.
So the question to you is, don't you see the possibility in people, voting for them more because they kept that same energy? That's the question. And then the other question is about Chinwe's perceived situation.
Correct.
If indeed Chinwe is pregnant, right, as a medical doctor, I'm looking at the tension in the house. In fact, the environment, the tension, the confinement, the pressure, and all the rivalries and malice going on, especially with Chinwe herself, right? Do you think, if really she's pregnant, do you think the environment is healthy for herself and her baby, especially in this, I don't know if they call it formative years or what, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
What do you
formative.
think?
The
Do you think she
trimester,
should
the
still
first
stay
trimester.
or she should leave?
Let me answer the second question first. That's easier, right? Personally, she should leave. There is no it's hard to give medical advice when you've not examined the patient. So I can't say something over the phone, over the internet, if I've not literally talked to her one on one and all that, right? But from what I can see from my little experience on the screen and all that, it's not a safe place to start your. I mean, the support you need she's not getting it. If it's true, that's if it's true, right? She's
Yeah,
not
if,
getting it.
yes.
So my recommendation would be that they do that test, right? Put that to rest, right? And then if it's indeed true, they'll probably do a scan at 6 weeks. They'll find out if there's a fetal heart rate or not. And if that's also true, they find a way of getting her out of the house. Because she needs medications, and you don't know, we don't even know why I said it's hard to make offer a medical decision over the internet is that You also don't know all the other things she has, health cares, health issues she has or does not have, right? You don't know if she has, for example, polycystic ovarian syndrome. You don't know if she has a fibroid. You don't know what she has. You don't know if the child is in a precarious situation, if indeed she is. So for me, the easy answer is get her out of that house. But then the question is going to be the follow up question to that is, what does the rule say? You know, if there's a difference between you are the one asking for exits, voluntary exit, and there's a difference
Yeah.
if Big Brother is the one telling you to leave, right? Are they going to give her some money? You know, I mean, she's not winning the 100 million, so they're going to give her something else. So that's the now. If she's not pregnant, then that's all of this is just like DZ is saying on the screen now. She's not pregnant. Well, if she's not pregnant, then she's not pregnant, right? Leave her in the house. So the test is going to put to rest that she's not pregnant. That's what I'm saying. Do the test
Yes.
and
Yes.
let everyone know that hey, she's not pregnant. And then if she's not pregnant, you know what, Glory? She has to come up with another lie. She has
Of
to come up
course.
with another script, because 2 weeks ago she came up with a script. She and Zion came up with a script of partners that are fighting, right? Now she's come up with a script of I'm pregnant. Well, if she's not, then she'll have to come up with another script. I don't know. Maybe boyfriend beats girlfriend. I don't know. There will be another script that will come up next week, right? That is for that story. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, right? Now for the second question, right? It's a fine line, right? It's a very sweet spot between losing fans and gaining fans. What I've realized is that most fans they become fanatics easily. So they cross from fans to fanatics, right? So the fanaticism, it doesn't you rarely lose a lot. You have more room to gain. So if anyone likes the twins before that day, like they like the way they behave and all that, even if the twins do not rub it in the face of Ruthie that you're gone, they'll still vote for them. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. The fans that like them will still like them, even if they act. I mean, Ruth, Glory. People have done housemates have done things that are worse, and their fans will still excuse them,
Of
right?
course.
So I'm not saying that, and we're not even saying what they did is completely wrong. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that the people that like them, they won't lose those fan base. The people that like the way they behave, like oh they're real and all that, they won't say they are just unreal for that moment. So they will still not lose them. So that I'm answering your first question now, right? So that's how I
Yes.
see that. So they don't really have to cater to that group. It's almost like a game of politics, a game of chess, right? You're trying to grow, you're not trying to reduce, right? So I am just of the opinion that how did this really play out to someone who's undecided and who's watching the show? And all of this entire season, right, is the issue in this season is allowing the housemates to be the second people in the eviction process. So
Yeah.
if you flip the coin, if this was any other season, right, maybe all of this would not be. If I dare say, one of the reasons why some people think this season is not very nice and all that is because the housemates are trying to be nice to each other, right?
Yes.
So they are
Yes.
by trying to do that, they are not bringing out all of their full character out, right? And if you
Yes.
don't do that, we are not getting the drama we want. We are getting in bits and pieces. So this is one of the drawbacks, one of the pitfalls to actually what this method is. Anyways, it's both ways. That's why I said it's a thin line. And you can go both ways. All I know is you need to increase your fan base to win. And if you already have fan base that will not move away, leave those ones and try to get more into that fold. Right.
True. True. Okay. Thank you so
I'll let
much.
you go. Okay. By the way, I need to correct something. Someone in the, I think it's DZ or DZ or Z. Someone I did not say I'm okay with 85-year-old or 75-year-old dating 18. I'm not. I want to correct that now. I said that it's not my business, but I said there are some that are so obvious that you have to know it's wrong. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks, Glory. You
Thank
gotta
you
get some
so
rest now,
much.
right?
Yes. Thank you so much, David. And thank you so much for your doctor's perspective. That was quite insightful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. I see that there are still a lot of people that want to speak, but guys, I'm gonna have to beg you that after Aicha speaks, that's gonna be the last speaker for today because we've been here for over 4 hours and it's going to 5 hours and the come on, Saturday night party is going to happen in the next 2 hours, so we need to round up and go take a break, right? So my sincere apologies to those that still want to speak, but you agree with me that we've really gone beyond today. All right, so let's Aisha speak and she'll be the last speaker for today. Hello.
Glory at last.
How are you?
Taya, how you doing now?
I'm good. I am so sorry that you had to wait, but I'm glad you're here.
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
You're
Glory,
welcome.
glory, glory. I don't even know what to say again. Everybody has said what I wanted to say. But
I know how
okay,
that
glory.
feels.
I'm telling you, they say, especially David. David has taken all the talk from my mouth, safe.
Hmm.
Okay, so
Okay, so you could
glory.
just give us like just maybe one or
Brief,
two
yes.
words from you.
Yes. Okay. Okay, Glory, this is it. Like you see the issue of that Ruthie and Wani. I was awake that night because right now I am doing the same job they are doing. I'm also bringing content around this Big Brother
Oh,
show.
that's nice.
In fact,
That's
I
nice.
normally even stream the show, but I private it. If not, they gave me a
Oh,
copyright strike once like that. So when I stream, I
oh,
private
okay.
it. Do you understand? So that
Uh,
night that fight happened, just like you said, the production keep jumping the camera up and down. Now this is what I
hmm.
saw, if I can remember vividly. After the party, the whole thing started coming up, unnecessary talk like that. Then when these twins started saying the things they were saying, Ruthie now told Mayor that they should go to the garden. That is why that part that you were saying it was premeditated, I don't really fully agree with you with that. Because Ruthie told Mayor that they should go to the garden, that this talk is becoming too much for her, they should go to the garden. So Mayor told her no, they should not go anywhere, they should sit there, that when they go to the garden, it look like they are scared of the twins. So the next thing, when they went on a commercial break and came back, that was when I now saw Ruthie cooking Indomie and cooking the girls as well inside.
No,
You get
Aicha, no. Let's take a step back. Wait,
okay, let's
let's take
go
a
back
step
there.
back. All right, let's be
Mm-hmm.
very accurate here. So,
Mm-hmm.
when the twins were talking, when they are talking and talking and talking, oh, let her come here, let her come downstairs, they were not raising their voice. They were having their own private conversation with Onyeka, there was
Yeah, they
Sean
were
there,
not
and
raising
then there
their
was
voice. Yes,
somebody else
because
there.
Ruthie was down. They
So
were all in
it
the
wasn't,
lounge. They were in the games area while Ruthie was at the
Ruthie
lounge. They were
was
sitting down on the
upstairs.
couch with Mayor. No. Then
Ruthie
Ruthie, I
was
wish I don't know. You know
upstairs.
what happened, Glory? Don't worry, Glory, don't worry. It's a private video, but I will unlist it, then send it to you to your email so
Okay,
you
let
can
me
watch
ask
it.
you a
They
question.
were
Let me ask
there.
you a question. Hold on. Let me
Mm,
ask you a
mm,
question. Let's leave the
mm,
fight area now. Let's go to
mm,
the reaction of
mm.
the twins because that's actually the crux of the matter of
Okay,
the
for
conversation.
me, I feel that
People
these
called.
guys, they are underestimating this platform, this Big Brother platform. I think they are underestimating it. This is a very huge platform, and you should be able to sell yourself well. Just like, I don't know if it's David or one of your speakers said that when somebody is down, there's no need for you to put them down for that because it puts you out like a coward. Now Ruthie was already down. Even if it was a game, you guys have won, the girl is going out of the house. People have even said, go home and watch us from the screen. When I don't, like, at that point now, the Ruthie's karma has already caught up with her. So there was no need for all those. You get what I'm trying to say? At the end of the day, this is a very
Yeah,
strong platform where they are going to be brand ambassadors, blah blah blah. You understand? So that behavior to me, I call it childish. They are too,
yeah.
like, they are behaving like they reminded me of 1995 when I was in primary school. That was what they
Mm-hmm.
reminded me of, honestly speaking. So for
Yeah, I
me,
see what
I
you
don't know,
mean.
maybe they came in and nobody educated them. Like, this is a huge platform, very huge. It can determine their
Yeah,
success in the industry or mere. You understand? It can make or mere. It's bad enough that Ruthie has said some vile things about them. Then putting that thing out, you can't give one Mweke vibe like that, one local vibe. Do you understand?
mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Like, now you own a brand, Glory, and you want to ambassadors. Will you carry those girls with that like that kind of rugged character? It might be nice for television. I always call them reality TV gold. it's nice for reality TV, but you see beyond reality TV, there are very good opportunities out there for these Big Brother stars. I hope you know that. Look at this Super Commando. It's not their Cross and their Erica that was still seen on our screen. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So for me, and just like there was another very important thing you also said about the stigma that Tacha carried. And if you look at it, Tacha did not get like corporate endorsement like others. It's not like people didn't like her. It's not like she didn't have fun. But there was how she too on her own, she carried herself in the house.
Yeah. Oh my God, what just happened? Hello? No, this is sad. This is sad. Oh my God. Asma, if you can join us back in the next 2 minutes, that would be really nice. That would be nice. But I actually see where Asma was coming from. But I wanted her to actually correct, what she had said about how Ruthie came and told Mayor they should go to the garden. These girls are upsetting her. For real, we did not really hear what was said at that point in time. There was an ad break. It was when, the show returned that we saw the whole outburst happening. Yes. But anyways, that's bygone. That's bygone. Yeah, that's bygone. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of any other contribution, I want to thank all of you for your contribution. Yeah, I want to thank all of you. You guys have done amazingly well today. And I really want to appreciate all of you for attacking the conversation, attacking the argument, and not the people sharing their opinion. That was very, very important to me personally. And I appreciate all of you for doing just that. Yes, except for one or two hiccups, but it wasn't that deep. So thank you all so much. And most especially, thank you all so much for your time, for your contribution, for coming out en masse to join today's conversation. Thank you so much for engaging the conversation in the comment section. Thank you so much for sharing, for liking, for just basically engaging. For those of you that are silent viewers, silent listeners, I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you all so much. God bless you. I always say this, that there is no Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah without you amazing people. I will always be grateful to all of you for your time and your commitment. Yes, thank you all so much. All right, and this is where we're going to call it a night. The Saturday night party is going to commence, I think, about 10 p.m. WAT. So guys, watch out for it. And of course, we're going to meet again on another video of mine. And I would definitely be looking forward to your reactions and comments on that video as well. All right, and I also want to clear my name as well, because come on, I did not think that it would begin to get to this point this season, but I need to clear my name, please. I always say this every season. I do not dislike any of the housemates. I do not harbor any hate or malice against any of the housemates. I beg you guys, please. I know that these things are pretty much orchestrated by, some of the fans turned fanatics of these housemates. I see comments like, oh, Glory, anytime you speak about WANNIxHANDI, you're always excited, you're always laughing. But when you're talking about this particular housemate, you are not very excited. Please, I want to ask you all a question. Is Hani and Wandi not funny to you when they have their diary session? Don't they say funny things that make you laugh? I mean, if a housemate did not say something funny, should I come and start laughing like a lunatic, all in the name of I want to please their fans? Or if a housemate says something that is very funny, I should not laugh. I should keep a straight face because I want to please those fans that don't want Gloria Elijah to laugh. Listen, to those people, you cannot dictate my reactions. That's just what I want to tell you. You cannot dictate my reactions. You will not, you cannot, and I will not buckle under the pressure of your needs. You do not determine my reaction. You see this face? If it's going to be poker today, it's going to be poker today. If it's going to be smiley like a clown tomorrow, it's going to be that way. You will not dictate to me how I react. The only people that can dictate my reactions or even determine my reactions with regards to this show and the analysis I give, it is the housemates. Whatever they put out on TV, that is what will dictate my reactions. Whatever they dish out, or whatever game they play, whatever strategies they play, if they make me laugh, that is the only thing that would dictate my reactions. Yes. As much as I'm doing analysis, I'm also doing reactions videos. All right. So they are the ones dictating my reactions. So those people that keep on saying, Glory, every time you talk about certain housemates, you are laughing. I am laughing because they did something funny that warrants laughter. So I will laugh. I am not a sad soul. I will laugh. If the situation is serious, I will keep up a serious face and talk about it. If I need to laugh, I will laugh. You people should leave me alone this season. Don't stress me because hey, you see how I'm ignoring all these comments now. Yeah, I'm ignoring all this comment because it's not going to be like last season. That's the all-star season where you attack me, I'll keep quiet for like maybe 2 weeks and then I'll fire back. This season, I am not giving my energy to any fire back. I'm not expending anything. So you will comment and comment and comment all those negativity, and I'm just going to act like I don't see it because, of course, I don't actually care. All right. But stop trying to tarnish my image. It's not going to work. It is not going to work. Those who see the analysis I do, they see it and they understand it. Because as I always say, comprehension is key. So go buy some comprehension. And I'm speaking to those people that want me to act according to how they want me to act for their fave. I am not for any of the housemates. I'm not campaigning for any of the housemates. I am not doing PR for any of the housemates. I do not belong to any of the campaign teams of any of the housemates. Frankly speaking, with Glory Elijah is an independent platform, free from any housemate, from any Big Brother Naija season. I've never campaigned for any Big Brother Naija housemate before, present or past. Go and do your research, and I'm not going to start doing that today. If I want to do so, I will announce it because me, I don't hide my work. I proudly display my work. So let's watch the show, and as we do, give your opinion, give your perspective, but do not try to dictate to Glory Elijah how to react to the show. I will not listen. I no send. I no send. Like, in other words, I'm not going to do what you want me to do. What I see is what I will analyze. And so help me God, I am doing my best to be as unbiased as possible. I am doing my utmost best, and I know I am trying. But guys, please, call down the Glory, you like this housemate, you don't like that housemate. Please, if they win the 100 million naira, are they going to say, Glory Elijah, come and take 20 million? Are they going to say, Glory, come and take 15 million? It's not like I'm even looking for the money, but if they give me, I will collect too. But I don't care. So, ladies and gentlemen, let there be peace in the land. Okay? Anyways, I'm going to stop talking here right now. It's okay. We're all good. Thank you all so much for your contributions and your great analysis. And as I have said, there'll be no FSWG without you all. So I appreciate all of you, your consistency, your commitment. God bless all of you. I will see you all on another episode of Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. Over here, we remain frankly speaking. We call a spade, and that is how it has been, and that is how it will always be. Thank you all so much, and have an amazing, amazing evening. Good night.